evening, and welcome to the Joint Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting of July the 8th, 2025. I am Briggs Simmons, the Planning and Zoning Chair. Prior to this meeting, announcements were posted and notices were sent to all board members, commissioners, staff, interested parties, and applicants to participate in this meeting. I will now turn the meeting over to Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones to introduce and confirm the presence of the commissioners. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. I'm Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones, the chairwoman of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, and I will certainly, to my right, is Vice Chairman of a district and also District 4, Commissioner Mark Alcarez. I had a senior moment. And then District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III and Commissioner of District 2, Commissioner Kenner Whitney Jones, Whitney Kenner Jones, and then Commissioner Martin Raxton of District 3. I don't know what's going on with me today. There you go. With that being said, thank you, Board of Commissioners. We have a quorum, and I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman Simmons.
Also present, we have members of the Planning and Zoning Board. If you would confirm your presence when I call your name. Vice Chair Rob Thomas.
Present.
Melissa Polk, District
Present.
4.
Present.
Oric Curry, District 2.
Present.
Brandon Penniman, District 1.
Present.
Frank Payne, our at-large member.
Present.
We do have a quorum. Our school board representative is excused tonight. Allison Duncan, our planning and zoning manager, will now introduce the county staff and planning and zoning staff in the meeting. Ms. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight we have with us Tiffany Stewart Stanley, our Chief of Staff. We have Audrey Lewis, our Chief Assistant County Attorney. We have our County Engineer, Travis McDonald. We have Bruce Mercer, who is an engineer in our Department of Transportation. We have Diana Johnson, who is with us from the Water and Sewer Authority. Austin Cronin, our Zoning Administrator. Melody Glenn is our County Planner. Johanna Womack is our Clerk of the Planning and Zoning Board. And we're always grateful for the Sheriff's deputies and for the communications team who are here with us as well tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a reversionary clause that applies to each rezoning, and that is the applicant, the agent, or the property owner has 24 months to vest the zoning change after the Board of Commissioners has granted it. As far as tonight's procedure goes, I will conduct the public hearings. Planning and zoning staff will announce each application, followed by a full presentation on that application. The applicant, the applicant's representative, and members of the public in favor of that application will be able to present their information. Each person will have 3 minutes, a total of 15 minutes to speak on behalf of the application. Members of the public in opposition to an application will also be able to present their information. They too will have 3 minutes per person for a total time of 15 minutes to speak in opposition. After the opposition completes their input or the time has elapsed, the public hearing will be officially closed. At this point, the staff will clarify any questions about the zoning application. If the staff is unable to satisfy the board, then the applicant or the applicant's representative will be asked for clarification points. And this is not a time for them to represent their application. Planning and Zoning Board will then entertain a motion. Our first agenda item tonight is the approval of the minutes of June 3rd, 2025 Joint Planning, Zoning Board, and Board of Commissioners meeting. Planning and Zoning Board members, after reviewing the minutes, are there any comments, changes, or questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion for approval?
Chairman Simmons, is Rob Thomas. A motion to approve the minutes from the June 3rd, 2025 zoning hearing.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the minutes of the June the 3rd, 2025 meeting, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, the minutes of the June 3rd, 2025 regular meeting comes to the board with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you have had an opportunity to review the June 3rd, 2025 minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries with no opposition. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Our next agenda item was tabled at the last meeting, so at this point in time, we need to untable that. Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion to untable Z 2025-55 and S 2025-56?
This is Melissa Polk. I make a motion to untable the agenda item Z2025-55-S2025-56.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Or Curry, second.
I have a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, hearing none, all in favor of approving the untabling of Z 2025-55 and S 2025-56, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chair, Z 2025-55 and S 2025-56 comes to the board with a recommendation to untable.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to untable Z 2025-55 and S 2025-56? Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to untable Z 2025-55 and S 2025-56.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the table. Board, any discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand for untabling. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries with no opposition. And I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. Duncan, would you present the next items, please?
Yes, sir. So this is a request for rezoning from residential agricultural and residential low density to light industrial. This is also a request for a special use permit. This is for a data center and utility substation. The data center will exceed the 50,000 square foot threshold requiring the special use permit. This is located on Veterans Memorial Highway, North Baggett Road, Barrow Road in Winston. This is located in Commission District Number 4. So the property is proposed to be an assemblage of approximately 11 parcels. Currently one tract that is already zoned light industrial. I'll show you that in just a moment. There's also some smaller tracts that have the light industrial zoning. The light industrial tract, the larger one, was zoned as a result of a lawsuit that was initiated in the 1990s regarding a proposal for a landfill. So the Board of Commissioners did place some conditions on that property at the time, precluded the use of a landfill, and then required some larger buffers from adjacent tracts. So the remaining tracts have residential zoning classification. One tract was initiated to be developed as a residential subdivision, but ran into several environmental challenges. And then the other tracts are rural residential in nature. So staff is concerned that there's potential for significant visual and environmental impact for this project. We also have had some information submitted to us in regard to the unique environmental ecosystem, which is adjacent to the Cedar Mountain area. So we have included some of that information in this application as well. So they are proposing to develop a data center complex. They're asking for 2.6 million square feet. That will include 9 buildings, 2 utility substations, and some adjacent supporting facilities. So this was reviewed as a development of regional impact. The GRETA notice of decision is referenced as a part of the staff report, and we would indicate that there are some general conditions of that would be binding should the project be approved. The DRI review was initiated in April of 2025. ARC findings are referenced as a part of the staff report. So key comments indicate that the project is highly incompatible with the rural areas policy of the regional plan. So this area of the regional plan represents preservation of rural areas by limiting infrastructure expansion, allowing no or low impact development. And so the feedback that we got from ARC through the DRI process is that this is not aligned with the regional land use pattern, nor is it consistent with ARC's metropolitan transportation plan. And all of those findings were included in the staff report. Here are some of the relevant code sections that are impacting this case. And as I had mentioned, we've had a couple of prior zoning actions out in this area, 1997 as well as 2002. And so that's how we get the introduction of some parcels of the industrial zoning in this area. Staff is particularly concerned about the comprehensive plan compatibility. In 2023, we did identify an area of the comprehensive plan for a workplace campus. So the development of the workplace campus is something that we are proposing to align with the state definition of an industrial megasite. And so the comprehensive plan identifies future development in this area that's proposed to be a part of a planned unit development, right? So something that comes in under a cohesive zoning category, much the same as we have seen with other sites that would meet this definition across the state. So that would include things like appropriate plans and regulations that would guide the provision of concurrent infrastructure development, looking for controls over specific uses that could go in there, cohesive architectural and landscape design standards, protection for any environmentally sensitive or culturally sensitive resources, as well as phasing timelines. So staff is particularly concerned that this project includes none of that. So additionally, as I mentioned previously, we've been getting feedback from a number of citizens about environmentally sensitive features in the area. If this project were to be able to come in, or excuse me, if this workplace campus were to be able to come in under one unified plan development, it would give opportunity to identify those environmentally sensitive characteristics and plan for them appropriately. But because of the timeline on which this is progressing, none of that work has been undertaken at this time. Similar with architectural controls and viewshed protection, the comprehensive plan clearly articulates that any new development within this area should be developed as a plan unit development with the standards that regulate cohesive plan so that the project would have a unified overall look and infrastructure concurrency moving forward with the project. So the transportation impact recommendations that I'd mentioned previously through the DRI process that are the subject of the Greta review. We also have transportation impacts that have been submitted to us by our DOT. We do have a representative from DOT here this evening. If you have any specific concerns about the transportation recommendations and concerns. We also have a representative here from the Water and Sewer Authority. So if you have any questions or concerns about impact to the Water and Sewer Authority, they are on hand to answer those questions as well. So again, you have heard me speak previously about the cumulative impact of similar projects in Douglas County. We know that we have multiple data center sites under development, not only in Douglas County, but in communities adjacent to us. So staff is concerned about the cumulative impact of these developments, and then also the impact to the tax revenues. So there was a statement submitted in terms of what the cumulative impact to tax revenues will be, and that was included in the staff report for this application. Staff did review this application against the rezoning criteria. We did not find it to be substantially compatible with the criteria in the code. We have also reviewed it against the special use criteria. Similarly, we did not find this request to be compatible with the criteria in the code. So what you're seeing here is the zoning map. So the property highlighted there in blue, that is the current light industrial tract. And then to the south, you can see the additional residential parcels that are proposed to be a part of this development. And here is an aerial image of the area. So here is that overall plan for the Winston area showing the workplace campus. Again, there are a number of policies that have been put in place in the comprehensive plan to try to drive the development of the workplace campus. Part of that is learning from some of the issues that we've had with other projects, such as the area around Rock House Road and Thornton Road that has come in without the infrastructure concurrency that we would otherwise like to see in this area. Because we've had a piecemeal approach in that area with different users coming in at different times, we've seen the stress that's put on the infrastructure, the roads, the water, and the sewer in that area. So we have some concerns about that possibly happening here if this project is approved. Additionally, we have seen some unintended impacts down off of Caps Ferry Road where Foxhall was approved and a sewer line was run to serve Foxhall for the support of a conference center. That conference center is yet to materialize, but we have seen a lot of ancillary projects that have tried to come in and tap onto that sewer line. So again, those are some primary concerns that we have when we put this workplace campus together. The reason we said in the comprehensive plan that we need to focus on having a plan unit development or some other kind of overall regulating plan before moving forward was to make sure that we could learn from some of those issues that we've had with other large-scale economic development projects in the community. So what you have before you here is an image of the site plan. As we had said, 9 data center buildings and 2 substations is what is proposed. And we have shared with you here the workplace campus and the workplace center from the future land use map category, as well as the character area that this area is proposed to come in under. So we have a number of recommendations and findings. Staff is recommending denial of the rezoning and the special use permit based on the following findings. Number one, that the proposed zoning and special use permit are not consistent with the future land use category of workplace campus and workplace center, and that the character area designation of workplace campus. Number two, the granting of the proposed rezoning and special use permit for a classification that does not conform to the standards of planned unit development, including an appropriate phasing schedule, overall development standards, and cohesive regulating plan, may adversely impact existing public facilities and services. And number three, the granting of the proposed rezoning and special use permit may adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. Now, that being said, if the Board of Commissioners chooses to approve this application, we do have a series of conditions. These are conditions that you have seen us recommend for a number of other projects previously, so I'll just read through them briefly. Again, our recommendation is to deny the request, but if you choose to approve, we are suggesting the following conditions. Number one, that the development for this site is for a data center and for no other purpose. Any proposed changes of the use for this site shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. Number two, the development of the site shall not utilize any form of tax abatement or other incentive that would reduce the tax contribution of the property based on the estimate submitted with the annual economic and fiscal contribution by Douglas County. That was dated May of 2025 and submitted with the rezoning application. Number three, the development of this site for a data center shall be in accordance with the concept plan included in the planning and zoning file and dated November 20th, 2024. Approval is conditioned to the site plan. Minor revisions may be approved by the Director of Development Services. Should the Director determine that a revision does not qualify as a minor revision, it shall be at the discretion of the Director to return the application to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. Number four, every reasonable effort will be made so that electrical utility infrastructure, including but not limited to transmission lines, shall be oriented parallel to the public right-of-way and shall not cross perpendicular to any public right-of-way that is not otherwise an intersection of two or more public road right-of-ways. Every reasonable effort will be made so that the transmission lines serving the project shall not cross any property designated for residential use or used for residential purposes. Number five, all stipulations of the Greta Notice of Decision for DRI 4334 and Douglas County Department of Transportation impact statements included in the staff report are referenced herein and shall be binding as conditions of zoning approval. The Douglas County Development Review Committee shall coordinate for interpretation and implementation of these conditions. In the event of a conflict of interpretation, the application shall be returned to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners for review and approval. Number six, all stipulations of the Douglas County Water and Sewer Authority impact statements included in the staff report are referenced herein and shall be binding as conditions of zoning approval. The Douglas County Water and Sewer Authority shall have sole discretion to determine the mode and direction of expansion for any water or sewer lines that will serve this development, as well as the construction of any on-site infrastructure designed for the capture or storage of water or wastewater. The project is required to connect to public sewer. At no time will any portion of this project be connected to septic tanks. Number seven, the project substantially conforms to elevation rendering submitted May 21st, 2025 and included in the planning and zoning file. There shall be no structure that exceeds a maximum height of 60 feet from the ground to the top of parapet. With mechanical equipment, the structure may not exceed an overall height of 78 feet. Allowable cladding materials include architecturally treated concrete panel, architecturally treated decorative metal, and glass, unless otherwise approved by the Director of Development Services. In the event of a conflict of interpretation, the application shall be returned to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Last couple ones here. The site landscaping shall meet all requirements of the Douglas County Unified Development Code and shall substantially conform to the elevation renderings submitted May 21st, 2025 and included in the planning and zoning file. In regard to the screening, any new construction of the property, determination of compliance shall be made by the Director of Development Services, shall be made by the Douglas County Development Review Committee. In the event of conflict in interpretation, the application shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners. Detailed line of sight studies shall be required to be submitted prior to the application to DRC for land disturbance permit. Line of sight studies shall depict viewshed impact for the proposed buildings and structures from North Baggett Road, South Baggett Road, Jason Industrial Parkway, Veterans Memorial Highway, and John West Road. In the event that the proposed structures significantly impact the viewshed from these roads, the developer shall work with the Director of Development Services to determine appropriate mitigation measures. The determination of significant impact to viewshed shall be at the discretion of the Director of Development Services. In the event of a conflict of interpretation, the application shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners. And then finally, number 10, the developer shall work with the Director of Development Services to determine appropriate mitigation measures for all findings of the environmental assessment report submitted with this application. Findings that show potentially harmful project impacts will be identified by the Development Review Committee, and recommendation for mitigation shall be identified prior to the issuance of land disturbance permits. The determination of potentially harmful impacts shall be at the discretion of the Director of Development Services, and in the event of a conflict of interpretation, all shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. pretty sure that's my last condition. It is, in fact. So with that, I yield my staff report, but I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, please approach the podium. You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Did I say 3 minutes?
3.
3 minutes. 2 minutes?
Both of us have them.
I'll take 2,
2
3,
minutes.
5, 15. We'll take the same amount of time she took.
Oh, no. No.
All right, Joe Fowler, Post Office Box
Okay.
489,
2 minutes.
Douglasville.
I'm sure
Allow
you
me-
can do that, Mr. Fowler.
Thank you. Allow me to introduce several members of the Stream Data Center team, if everybody is here who's part of the team, and then a number of the persons in the room tonight are in favor of this, and you'll hear from them within our 15 minutes that we are provided. Thank you. This process has been 18 months getting together with extensive funding provided already, several $1 million actually invested, to deal with many of the issues that you heard staff note already. I will note that the nature of a good portion of the staff's recommendation relates to the view that, and I'm now quoting from the staff recommendation, that the workplace campus should be developed as a planned unit development with overall development standards and a cohesive regulating plan. Now, as many of you know, for some time, the Development Authority and other community partners have spent a great amount of time and resources working on precisely what the staff has recommended. It is referred to as the conceptual master plan for the Winston Workplace Campus. We've provided the concept plan to many of you and to the staff. It anticipates the development of 886 acres of the entire Winston area, and it serves as a concept to do precisely what the staff has recommended. That is to create these buffers or boundaries, you might say, of what the Board of Commissioners, with the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board, feel would be appropriate in that area. We understand the request. We don't believe this is spot zoning. Instead, we believe the request includes precisely what the staff was looking for, and that is a unified development. I will also note that this location is in keeping with Concept B of the Rural Jobs Center of the Winston Small Area Plan, which includes industrial uses. At some point, perhaps I'll have some additional minutes or two to talk about that. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? You'd state your name and address for the record in 2 minutes.
My name is Oshin Omaraku. I'm Senior Vice President of Development with Stream Data Centers. Madam Chair, Board
Address?
address is 521 Grant Street, Alameda in California. Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, Planning and Zoning team members, and County Administration. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for approving the moratorium exemption request on May 6th on the basis that our original application was submitted prior to the moratorium coming into effect. As such, recognizing that we have vested rights to continue with the rezoning and SUP application. Tonight, on the basis of the exemption provided and based on our project timeline and our development constraints, we're requesting respectfully that you approve us to move forward with the rezoning and the SUP application. We believe that this project can play a vital role in unlocking the broader vision of the Planning and Zoning Board, the County and the Development Authority. As communicated to date, we're not requesting any abatement for our development. As such, this project will provide an increase in tax revenue for the whole county, and should the County or Development Authority decide to establish a master plan or a TAD or SSD or CID in the future, we will participate, and our future projects will actually provide revenue to that area. We picked this site because the Winston Small Area Plan actually calls out for a major investment like a data center to help turn the vision into a reality. We believe that the development can be a catalyst for the future land use plan to deliver the sewer infrastructure that it called out for, the water infrastructure, and the road infrastructure to connect those unaccessible areas of the community. And we believe that while we don't control the property, and we can't establish the planned use development, the development that we're planning here actually facilitates the intent of the planned use development, and will actually form the ability and provide the revenue that the area can use to move forward. We also believe that we've purchased 4 industrial properties, a landfill, or we're planning to purchase, and 144 single-family residential units that were planned for development. So when you take their development impacts into account relative to our development, we will actually use less water, less wastewater, and have a pretty similar traffic impact as the previously approved developments were actually planned to use. And with that, we ask for.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
My name is Alex Stewart, and my address is 10216 Galway Drive, Dallas, Texas. Go ahead. Thank you. At Stream, I should probably say I'm with Stream Data Centers. I'm a project development manager on this team. So at Stream, we take development very seriously, and as part of that is community engagement. We have held meetings with our neighbors for almost 9 months, including hosting a town hall on May 7th at the Douglasville Conference Center, and we presented at the county's community information meetings on both May 13th and June 10th. We have had the privilege of meeting many residents, local leaders, and small business owners, and have learned the long history of the land that we are proposing to develop. We have truly developed genuine bonds with this community, its warmth and its hospitality, as you can see by the support here tonight and also the letters of support submitted with the application. I want to touch on workforce development really quickly as well. So we are excited to be a strong community partner in Douglas County when it comes to workforce development and making higher skilled jobs more accessible for the county's existing residents, which we know is an important consideration for the board. We are already working closely with the Douglas County School System, West Georgia Technical College, and the Douglas County Chamber of Commerce to support local talent and long-term economic growth. We have a track record of doing this at our other facilities, and we are looking forward to implementing it here, what we have learned. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, sir.
My name is Anthony Bolner. I'm a partner with Stream Data Centers. I live at 324 Sutton Place, Richardson, Texas. And in closing, we believe Stream Data Centers meets the intent of what the County Zoning Board and the Development Authority are trying to achieve in this location. We believe that SDC ATLA development is a clean and secure use that aligns with the Winston Small Area Plan, and furthermore, we believe the development will actually reduce negative impacts in comparison with what is already approved for this proposed location. Our campus will employ approximately 220 workers versus 500 new residents in the potential residential development, or 50 industrial workers in the potential industrial development. Because of this, our project will have lower water and wastewater demands and place a significantly lower demand on public services, while only a minimal increase on traffic demands during peak hours. This is key. Our power allocation has been confirmed by Georgia Power as a committed allocation in their existing forecast. These minimal impacts noted above, combined with the projected $35.5 million per year in direct property tax revenue at full build-out, and $13.6 million in additional local taxes, and $6 million through the SPLOST sales tax, which is tied to power usage, should result in long-term stable increased economic growth for the county. These revenues can help fund development of local amenities, public safety initiatives, school district, and infrastructure improvements benefiting every resident in Douglas County. Therefore, we respectfully request your support and look forward to being a great community participant.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application?
I'm Mike Benefield. I live at 7012 North Baggett Road, Douglasville, Georgia. Been there for 71 years. Like everybody says, there's a subdivision behind my property there that's already zoned for a subdivision. So if data center don't go in there, you're gonna have 125 or 150 houses in there. That's definitely gonna impact the school system, the roads and everything else, more than what this data center is. And I just think it's, from a taxpayer of Douglas County, I feel like it's better to go with something like this than that subdivision. Miss, what's her name there, said that it would be an eyesore. Maybe not in those words, but it's behind the railroad track. It's not gonna be no eyesore for nobody. So, anyway, I had a letter, but I got off track. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
My name is Darrell Chapman. I live at 2544 Barrow Road, which is a little private road off of North Baggett Road. I own 4 tracts of land, or myself and my daughter own 4 tracts of land that will be part of this development if it's approved. I also 2 other tracts of land adjacent to it. Been talking to Stream now for, seems like almost a year. They've been very great to work with. They've addressed every concern we've brought up, down to the details of if this goes through, how do we secure the private road to our residents so that the land doesn't get trashed while it's vacant. I found them very, very professional. We've been told for years and years that this was a best use for this land was a workplace center, and I understood that included internet-type businesses. This thing that I read in the staff report about a planned unit development requirement, that was put in place like 20, 25 years ago. Why don't we have a plan? And we had a plan for Winston for the little cottage thing, and when they approved the data center there, that just went out the window. So I'm not sure how important this is. It looks like they've got a pretty comprehensive plan. So I'm totally in favor of it. I think this is probably the best use I could think of for that land. The subdivision never should have been approved in there. That was a development. I didn't see any planned unit talks on that. And like Mr. Benefield said, the impact of that subdivision is going to be greater than this data center. So I would respectfully request that you approve it, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next. How are you?
I'm good. I'm Dana Pilgrim, 3624 Jacksonville Road, Tallapoosa. I'm the managing partner of Camp Family Limited Partnership. My dad, Wayne Camp, developed Camp Industrial Park in Winston. He built many buildings in the park over the last 30 years, and our family still owns several buildings and lots in the park. Based on our knowledge, we're accepting of the Stream Data project and understand the potential benefits it could bring to Douglas County, such as the added tax revenue and future infrastructure improvements. We do have some concerns about the entrance coming through our industrial park. So we just want to make sure that that's current businesses and residents are not impacted by that. But we're not opposed to the project moving forward. We just want to make sure that there's, thoughtful planning in place to protect the character of the park and my dad's legacy. And to just make sure that there's not a negative impact on the businesses and residents. Stream Data has expressed their desire to be a good neighbor, and we look forward to working with them if you approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Hi, I'm Laurie Roberts. Address is 2564 Barrow Road, Daryl's neighbor. I've lived on this property adjacent to Barrow Road. I don't really want to say how many years like Mike did, but a long time. My parents purchased the family property from Miss Opal Barra. My grandmother, Willie Frank Barra, was raised on that property. I'm telling you this because I didn't take my decision to support this lightly. It was, I thought a lot about it. I had a lot of reservations at first. If I had time, I'd tell you my list of reservations. But Stream was really super to work with. They helped us with our reservations and our concerns. We did independent research to back up and to validate the information that they gave us about the noise and all the concerns that we had. We talked to people that work at data centers, modern day data centers, so we felt very good about the information that Stream gave to us. I can say that they've answered so many questions. They've been very professional. Like Daryl said, they're very good company. I feel like they were very honest with us and straightforward, and they listened. And when we said we had a concern, they were interested in helping us alleviate that concern. So in summary, I think that Stream will be a good neighbor. They've said that they want to be a good neighbor. And I think that this is a far better use than the other projects that have been mentioned, the landfill, subdivision. We even, there was a rock quarry that might have been close to us, but you guys smartly said no to that. But this, of all the things that I can think of, would be the best use for the land. And the revenue for the county, I believe, would be very important. And I think there's a lot of benefits to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? How are we doing on time? I'm sorry? 1 minute. Yeah, a little over a minute.
I'll be quick. My name is Emily Anderson, 2574 Barrow Road. You've heard from a lot of my neighbors tonight already. And so we have lived there for many years and know that this area already combines industrial, commercial, and residential properties in our general area. For me, we always knew that development was coming. It's just important to me that we're careful about the type of development that is. To me, the proposed data center is the type of development that I would prefer to see in the county. I think it's advantageous in a lot of ways, particularly with high-tech, high-paying jobs in a stable sector. It will have low traffic impact and will have low maintenance of the surrounding land and area. Additionally, my interactions with Stream have been respectful, professional, and open. They've taken the time to learn our names. They've been responsive with any questions. They have stayed true to their word when they said they would provide us with information or give us a call back. And I think that is rare this day and age when working with large companies. But overall, I think this would be a move in the right direction of the type of the development that I would like to see in the county. And I see this as an opportunity to elevate this area. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? 1 second. It's in the books, that's right. Okay, I'll now close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please approach the podium. You two would have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? If you'd state your name and address for the record, sir, and then 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ronnie Chestnut. I live at 4272 Willow Ridge Road in Douglasville, Georgia. I am opposed to it. I'm opposed to it because they've already approved one data center in Winston, and the impact that company is not telling it is the environment. I mean, over there where North Baggett is, it's going to be granite, and it's going to be small explosions that's going to have to take place. It may not affect that area, but when you have an explosion, it's going to ripple effect down to the neighborhood. Not only that, the data center, I mean, let's be real. It's going to suck up all the energy. They talk about closed loop water system. We right now having a heat wave. What's going to happen when all the power is going to be diverted to them? Where it's going to come in, where it's going to go out. Georgia Power hadn't even made a decision about where the power is going to come in from the data centers that's already been approved. So now we at another dilemma because we are again set with another data center about Georgia Power approving where the power is going to come in, where it's going to go and where it's going to land. Yeah, it will have an effect on our taxes, but in the long run, we got to ask ourselves, what will it cost us? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? If you'd state your name and address for the record, and in 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Donna Manjun. I live at 8454 Downs Road in Winston, Georgia, and I've been there for over 10 years. I have an IT degree, so I'm very well aware of the benefits of what it would do for employment reasons. But I'm not in favor of it from an environmental situation. My concern is the area of the infrastructure. Is it being properly addressing how it's going to accommodate this data center with the number of roads and additional lanes, as well as the infrastructure getting employees in and out of it. I'm concerned about the power grid situation, with, particularly in the summertime when we have an extreme amount of heat and usage and being a demand of electricity. So I'm really concerned about that from an environmental standpoint. And I'm just really concerned that we're getting into this age where everything is just data center driven, everything is data center driven. Is there no other opportunities that we can utilize that land other than just for one purpose and one purpose only? So I think we should broaden our understanding and look at some other considerations before we accept something just because of the potential from a tax revenue base only. Think about the impact of the community and what we want to do to grow Douglas County. I'm done.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in opposition. At this point in time, Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicants or of staff concerning this?
Rob Thomas, I have first question with staff. I'm going to start with him.
Yes, sir.
Can you put up the map again showing the track as well as the other one? Yeah. So we have LI in blue, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we have LI adjacent tracks as well. Right there in the middle, that's currently residential, correct? Right there in the middle of the L?
Yes, sir. So the L-shaped track is the one that we referenced in our staff report that was zoned as a result of a settlement for a lawsuit back in the 90s.
Right.
Adjacent to that is the Camp Industrial Parkway.
Right.
So that's all the little parcels. The applicant is proposing to utilize 2 tracks to come in off of that roadway to access their site. So again, our primary concern about the infrastructure in terms of the access, and DOT is here and can speak further about that. The idea behind having a plan unit development and a cohesive regulating plan is that all of the infrastructure would be put in up front, so we wouldn't run into the concurrency challenges that we're seeing in other parts of the county. It was never the intent that this area would be accessed off of Jason Industrial Parkway there. So we do have that concern in regard to the site plan that was also mentioned in the comments.
Okay. So 2 things. So one, you said that it was because of a lawsuit. That was for the, what was that? What was that for the rezoning of?
It was over a landfill.
Landfill,
Mhm.
okay.
Mhm.
So I guess they won. It's saying that it's
They did not
LI.
win, actually.
I mean, well, it got rezoned, I should say. To
But
LI.
with the express prohibition against landfills. So
Okay.
if the intent was to put a
So
landfill
it
there, I
got
would not
LI,
say that
got
they
converted to LI, but they can't use a landfill, okay.
won. Correct.
But it's still
yes.
LI at this point.
It was
So-
a result of a lawsuit settlement. That's
Okay.
correct.
And the next slide, if you want to to the next one, all that is outlined as what they want to utilize for this data center.
Correct. It does include the vacant residential tract. That has not been developed for a number of years. I might have to ask some of my colleagues who have been here longer than I have. So I hear the concerns about it being developed as a subdivision. My understanding is that it's not accessible over the railroad right-of-way, nor is sewer a viable option to be run through there. So I don't know that it's ever been a real concern from my perspective that that would develop residentially. Because again, I think that failed probably the better part of 20 years ago. But I would
So it
have
may
to
not
confirm that date.
be developed residentially as is. So what else could it be used for? I guess I'm trying to get at is the worst of 2 evils, right? I mean, so right now we can't even use it. That section cannot be used or not usable. But yet we have all this. Let me get the acreage. So it's 123 acres total. How many acres are currently LI?
I don't know that number off the top of my head, but I can
We can
pull it
look
up
at
from the
almost
staff report.
Close
so.
to half, almost half, right? I'm just about looking at it.
Well, so again, let me just clarify. When you look at the overall plan, number one is your staff. I would not recommend we start making decisions based on the lesser of two evils, right? Because I do hear you about concerns about what it possibly could be developed as, but the area in purple that you see on the overall concept plan, that is absolutely where we have identified that we think that this area of the county can be held out for a greater and better purpose. We do understand the environmental challenges that has. And again, staff's position is that we need to look at not just the map, but we need to look at all of the language in the comprehensive plan that sets forth the vision of this area. And we need to say, let's make sure that we do it right. Let's make sure that we plan for the infrastructure, for the roads, for the transition in land use. Because again, if where you're driving it with this is that there is a failed subdivision that is a part of this that probably will not be developed residentially, I agree with that. Our plan is to see this transition into something that would come in under a unified plan so that the county could have more of an effort in driving this forward. So our primary concern is that what they're asking for, to go back to this original map that you asked to see, is they just want to see more of the industrial expand without the larger vision around it.
Understand.
Does that help explain?
But going back to that map right there, you mentioned the infrastructure has to be in place for all this to happen. Infrastructure being what?
The plan for the infrastructure should be in place.
Okay.
So again, you heard the concern about the access off of Jason Industrial,
Right.
and I think it's worth asking the DOT about concerns that they have for the existing proposal here, right, in terms of what the major project access points are going to be. And again, the other concern that we had identified about the plan for the expansion of infrastructure is what uses will those go to support? Because as I said, we have seen other areas in the county where the sewer goes in and the economic development project is not yet come to fruition. But what we are starting to see is lots of little things happen because of the infrastructure that were unintended consequences of running that prior to having an appropriate regulating framework in place.
Understand. To get the workforce development place, campus, what type of infrastructure will you need to have in place?
So
will you
again,
need sewer, for example?
to clarify, the staff's recommendation is we have a plan.
Okay.
We don't necessarily have to have the infrastructure in place. We have a plan for where the roads are going to go, for where the sewer is going to run, for the type of uses that would be allowed to come in, so that when you put infrastructure in place, you don't have a lot of unintended uses coming in that area because it wasn't properly planned and zoned. So that's our contention, is that there needs to be a plan for that to happen.
Is there a time frame that this plan can be, pull the trigger on it?
Sure. So the workplace campus was a part of the 2023 comprehensive plan. Within that 2023 comprehensive plan, we have a community work program that we work through. So we have been making progress on our community work program. As soon as we adopted it in 23, in 24, we initiated an LCI study. We initiated a trail master plan. We are currently working on impact fees. So all of these are things that are in our community work program. I would say within that 5-year horizon, it would be our recommendation that sometime between 23 and 28, we absolutely could put together a plan, for this area. But it is our recommendation that we do not get ahead of ourselves. I am not familiar with a 25-year economic development plan that was referenced previously. When I looked through all the old plan studies, this was always an area that was indicated for rural residential development. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that we have really come in and carved out this area as saying, let's truly put a boundary around this and create something that could compete on that level for a state industrial site campus.
So the 123 acres that they're asking, what size acreage are you proposing for the workplace center?
I believe it's a little over 800 acres
800
is what that
acres.
entire area encompasses, and that aligns with what the state definition is of an industrial megasite.
Okay, so this is around roughly 12% of the total. Okay, all right, understand. I think I got some more questions, but if anyone's having any questions for her,
Yes, we do.
while she's up.
Okay, Allison,
Yes, sir.
Now, when we talk about the workplace place campus, looking at it at the standpoint like you talked about, that when you look at the map here, this is future.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Now, technically, if we had a moratorium on data centers.
Yes, sir.
But since this was one that kind of is sliding underneath that radar for us to take a look at and go ahead on and look at trying to approve this. So that would take away the land and what we have talked about looking later on to have in that Pacific area. Now, we all sit here, we went to I listened to the Winston and the data center that's going out there, that project. Now we're looking at another data center that wants to be kind of in that area. And, you know, I did listen to some of the people who were in opposition. And, you know, with Georgia Power, with the land use that we're trying to develop here, I understand the denial part of it, but like you said, what are we going to be doing with that land that's really undeveloped or partially be developed now versus later?
Okay, so I want to make sure that I want to make sure that I understand your question.
They're talking about doing it now, and I know it's going to take time to build it out, but like we're saying, are we going to have we have the plans that we look forward to what's going to come there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, so I want to say back up a couple of things to just clarify, because you had said that there is a moratorium in place. That is correct. So you said that this one kind of snuck in under the moratorium. I would just like to offer a correction to that this project absolutely was captured in the moratorium.
Okay.
So they did come to the Board of Commissioners and they did ask for relief to move forward. Staff said at the time, and staff still says very clearly, we do not think this property has any vested rights. We do not think this project has any vested rights to move forward. So I just kind of wanted to make that clear, that the reason this is in front of you tonight is not because this project has any vested rights.
Okay.
So I think to answer your second question in terms of the future and what the long-term vision of this area is that, am I understanding?
Yes.
That's kind of what you put in? So again, under the comprehensive plan, we have a whole small area study plan that details the vision around the Winston area. Looking at this map, we do kind of envision a core of Winston that would be mixed use, that would kind of take into account the current neighborhood civic infrastructure that's there. So you have a fire station, you have a post office, you have an elementary school, right? And then moving out from that, we see that kind of on one side balancing the rural residential character of the area, and then on the other side carving out a specific area that could be used sort of as a job creation center. So this is not something that brings 200 jobs, this is something that brings 4,000 jobs, right, to the county. That would be a true employment center that could provide benefit not just for Douglas County residents, but residents in the greater area. And that is our suggestion, is that what we have identified in purple gets a little bit more drilled down into the detail of what that would be going forward. So again, in terms of timeline, we just adopted this plan in 23. We have been making progress, ticking through the priorities of that comprehensive plan, including the LCI study, the trail master plan, the impact fees that we're currently working on now. So this is something that is very much on our radar to make sure that we fill this out within that time period of the comprehensive plan. We're just suggesting don't get too far ahead of it and start piecemeal approving things that would possibly have unintended consequences that aren't anticipated.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I'll yield the floor.
I'd like to speak to the applicant.
Well, I have some more questions. I just wanted to get her up while she was there. Any other questions from her? But I had some other questions that I had. But let me just follow up real quick with one other thing.
Sure.
This is roughly 15% of the total acreage.
Okay.
Of the 800 acres that you mentioned. So it's roughly 15%. Do you think that this could help? And I understand what you're saying about the unintended consequences, other people tagging on to the improvements, that we don't necessarily want those businesses to tag on. It doesn't correspond to what you have up there for that center, that area. But also, I think the impact of it bringing the improvements to that area, meaning the road improvements, the sewer improvements, et cetera, infrastructure improvements, could also help facilitate what we're trying to do here.
So you're asking my response to that?
Well, I just want to, that's my comment. Yeah, your response to that.
Because my response to that is this project is not bringing the road improvements that we would like to see in this area. This project is deliberately accessing off a road that we would not identify as appropriate, and I would encourage you to seek feedback from the Department of Transportation about what the impact is going to look like for this area. Because again, the idea of carving this out as something special is to make sure that we have the plan in place for the road improvements going forward, because this project is not making that. In regard to bringing the sewer and the other infrastructure impacts, again, the only thing that I can share with you is that from my perspective, you know, as the county planning and zoning manager, I look at instances here in Douglas County where we have approved projects to move forward without adequately considering the infrastructure needs and what the unintended consequences will be doing. And again, it is my opinion, when we did the Waldrop Farms rezoning, our recommendation was to deny there, because I think that we were voting contrary to our plan and we had not given adequate consideration for what the unintended consequences could be. And that is still my staff recommendation in this one, is that by approving this without the plan in place for the infrastructure concurrency and without the plan in place for preserving view sheds and environmentally sensitive areas, we are doing the same thing that we have seen that has had those unintended consequences in other parts of the county.
Unintended consequences meaning other businesses tapping off of the infrastructure, or in this case, we're talking about is
businesses
the
and
sewer.
residential.
And residential,
right?
okay.
So and subdivisions, right? So again, as come before the Board of Commissioners, we've had a rezoning, or not a rezoning, we've had a subdivision plat request down tapping onto the sewer line running to Fox Hall. Again, Fox Hall has yet to connect to the sewer infrastructure that was put in place down there, but there's 700 new homes coming into an area where there was no appropriate planning for how that would impact schools, fire, things of that nature. I'm not saying that's absolutely going to happen here, but I'm saying it is an experience that we are having here in Douglas County right now. That again, if you start putting in infrastructure prior to having the plan for how an area is going to develop, there could be unintended consequences.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Anyone else have any questions?
Well, yeah, I have one question for the applicant. Mr. Fowler, I think you were representing.
Yes.
If this project is approved, there were a number of conditions, I think about 10. Would they agree to those conditions?
Yes, sir. I was prepared to talk about those 10 conditions earlier, and we accept all those conditions. A change to number 7, and it requires building height of 60, 78 for the mechanical. There may be, as detailed design drawings go forward, a need to go slightly higher. It would be screened appropriately, and what we'd suggest, condition number 7 be revised to provide that the height limitation for the building would be 60, but mechanicals above could go up to 90, subject to the consent of the Director of the Development Services Department.
Okay, I'll yield.
Any
All
other
those-
questions, planning and zoning? Yes, Brandon.
Question for the applicant. So this is supposed to be looked at as a mega site. Exactly how many jobs are we looking at bringing through this specific data center?
Mr. Miller, can that
Yeah,
be-
you can send them on up.
Oshino Muraku, again, SVP of Development for Stream Data Centers. So at full build-out and under operations, it will be about 200 to 220 jobs, permanent jobs on the campus. And then during construction, there will be 500 to 600 jobs per building as it is being constructed. And they will be local staff. And for our permanent operations staff, Alex mentioned that we work with the local community. We hire them as Stream employees and they become part of the Stream company, the Stream family. We don't use a third party to operate our facilities.
Got you. And what's your timeline for the build out? Like, if this is approved, what would be your timeline for build out? How long would this take?
At the moment, we're targeting LDP for the first phase by the end of this year, and then to start developing in the next 2 years for the first building. And then looking across the 9 buildings, it could be a 10 to 12 year development,
10 to
maybe
12
slightly
years.
longer. Yep.
All right. Can I get economic development, or anybody who could speak to the tax side of how that is stretched out over those 10 years, right? Because we're going from, and Chris, I'll talk a little bit while you make your way up. We're talking about going from 1 year for the first building to really this is a 10-year project that's going to be pulled out over amount of time. How does that affect the tax side of it as far as what we need?
Yeah, so good evening, everyone. Chris Pumphrey, Elevate Douglas Economic Partnership. So the project is fully taxed, so 100% tax. All taxes go towards Douglas County and Douglas County schools. Basically, as each building comes online, it just becomes fully taxable, and it's just stretching out the totality of the development. I think Osheen said 10 to 12 years. I don't have the exact tax numbers in front of me right now to quote what they are, but it's just spreading out each one over that period of time.
So at one point I heard him mention like 35 million in taxes that'll be coming in. Is that within the first year? within
No.
that first building, or is
That's
that
at-
over the 10 years?
Yeah, that's at
total
full-
over the 10
at
years.
Full build out. Yeah.
I think he's gonna speak to it a little more in detail.
Yeah, full build out.
And so with over 10 years, we'll get 35 million. We're not looking at 35 million when that first building goes up or when this gets
Correct,
approved. Got
correct.
it. That's all I needed.
Correct.
That's perfect. Then last question is for you, Allison, real quick. Just wanted you to speak really quickly in the most layman terms that you can to what vested rights means for all of us. What does that mean? Because I heard somebody like instinctively say we have vested rights here. So tell me what that means.
So respectfully, I would defer to the county attorney to answer that question.
Beautiful.
If we could maybe revisit that at such a time when she's present, I would prefer for her to speak to it, other than to say when this came up before the Board of Commissioners, staff was very clear in front of the Board of Commissioners at that time. They have no vested rights to develop the plan as submitted.
And your stance is still that they have no vested rights as of
That
this
has
moment.
been, that is the opinion of the Planning and Zoning Department, is that they have no vested rights to develop this. I believe the applicant will confirm that at no time did they receive any assurances from the Planning and Zoning Department that there was going to be any support for this project moving forward in any way other than a planned unit development.
Beautiful. Last question. Well, two more questions. If I get DOT, I just want to hear you guys' thoughts on the traffic side, how it truly affects.
Good evening, Bruce Mercer. Can I
Yes,
help
sir.
you?
Just want to know what the impact is. Really specifically speaking to the adjacent industrial. I heard multiple times that that's not where we want things to be coming through, but it seems like that's where they want to come through. So just want to know, when you guys look at it, how does it truly affect? And in regards to Allison's statement of it's not creating the streets that we truly want.
No, I'm okay. Yeah, let's go to the buildings.
Okay.
Okay, if you look at the top two buildings on the top left, that will immediately address access from adjacent industrial. It is our opinion that most likely those two buildings and possibly the upper right building and possibly the building that's horizontal just below that. So the top four is probably your most common access points from adjacent industrial. The lower five group appears to be what seems to be most logical to access from North Baggett. That's just looking at the map, that's probably the easiest way to try to get to one location or the other. The overall site would generate about 1,300 cars a day, 1,330. And that is about 170 in the morning and 142 in the afternoon. The split ratio is about 55% on the lower section that would access from North Baggett, and with the 45% in the upper area.
Okay. I think that answered my question. Now, in regards to the adjacent industrial, and Allison, maybe you could speak to this, the reasoning as to why we don't really want it coming off of adjacent industrial, or you could speak to that, why we wouldn't want something like this coming off adjacent industrial.
Well, and I'm not going to speak for Allison directly, but I think there's times that we're talking about the larger picture versus today's event. But adjacent industrial is a two-lane road that filters through to a multi-way stop that then accesses down to 78. The traffic study doesn't generate any improvements, and we don't disagree with the traffic study there. There's a more desirable route when you look at the bigger picture. And then if we were to design the bigger picture first, which is what Allison has mentioned over and over again, this would not be the access point for either of these two.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. All right. I think that's it. I got one more for Allison, then I'm done. That's it for you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is the attorney made it back yet? Yeah, there she goes.
she
Come
is.
on over here, please. We just want to know more about vested rights for the common folks, so we can know exactly what that is.
Hello, good
Hey.
afternoon. So vested rights are really rights that you can't interfere with. arbitrarily. And so in the context of the moratorium, there is an exemption, right, for those that might have had vested rights. When we're talking about vested rights in terms of that exemption, that's under the
Madam
resolution.
County Attorney,
Can't hear me?
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So when we're talking about vested rights in this context, what we're speaking about is vested rights to have their application heard, right? They don't have vested rights in binding a decision by this board. Vesting rights, really what you're I guess what you're watching out for is while it's under a moratorium, if the zoning should change, right, then they would have, if they substantially relied, they would have vested rights to have the rights that were in existence at the time of the application. They're in that position by virtue of the fact that they have been exempted. So, right, so their rights are to the rights that they have under the current zoning. By virtue of the fact that they're here requesting rezoning and special use permits, right, they don't currently have the rights to those uses. They do have the right to make that request through their application today. So that issue was addressed when the moratorium resolution was passed. And so now the question before you is whether or not pursuant to those factors that you would otherwise analyze rezonings and special use permits, if it's appropriate to approve. Does that clarify?
Yeah, very much so. Thank you. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Any other questions, planning and zoning, before we move?
Rob Thomas, I have a question for the applicant. Couple questions. So, you mentioned development going to take about 10 years. Let's talk about the your water usage. You got a closed loop system you're going to be
Correct.
utilizing, or tell me more about
Correct. Closed loop air-cooled chillers for the facility. So our water use is actually very low. I think one building is about.
They can't hear in
Oh,
the back.
sorry. Yeah, correct. So the buildings are air-cooled with the closed loop, so the water would only be for canteen and for use for domestic purposes.
Okay. So closed loop meaning continues.
No
nothing
consumption.
evaporating. All right.
Correct.
Good to know. What about the agreement? Do you have the agreement already with Georgia Power?
Correct, and we submitted an email confirming that our allocation of power has already been accounted for in Georgia Power's future planning. And one of the reasons we picked this property is there is 230 kV transmission on the property. So we'll be building the substation adjacent to the transmission line.
Okay, so the power has already been established. The last question I have is, you talk about the tax abatement. Do you have a tenant yet? Do you have a tenant, a particular tenant who's going to be?
We have not a confirmed tenant, but an interested tenant who is eager for us to be approved.
So if that tenant doesn't want this tax abatement, wants a tax abatement, we give it to you, we're saying that one of the conditions is for you, but what about the tenant? They want to come in and request that abatement, then what?
We would leave that as a decision between the county and the tenant.
So it doesn't. So this abatement that you agree to does not apply to your tenant or potential tenant.
We're not in a position to commit our
I
tenants.
just want to put that out
something.
there.
Yeah.
I know that, but I want to make sure everybody understands that abatement doesn't mean doesn't mean your tenant going to necessarily
appreciate that clarification.
Not have to pay. Or okay, all right. So make sure everybody understands that. Okay, that's not any question. Thank you.
Any other questions, planning and zoning? Hearing none, Madam Chair, I'll throw to the Board of Commissioners for questions you folks may have.
All right, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions at this time for the applicant or?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Or the staff? Okay. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Bring this back to economic development for just a second.
Good evening.
Evening. All right, so in the looking at this workplace campus
Mhm.
is expected to, in our plan for the future for that area. We're gonna need to get, sewer is gonna have to be brought down there for the workplace campus, correct?
Correct.
And Stream has committed to bring that sewer in for that future development.
Correct.
Correct?
Mhm.
Two, looking at this, they've never asked for a single abatement, so that's completely off the table. That was made very clear, correct, from the very beginning?
It was a discussion we had at the very beginning, and it
Yeah.
was made clear that they were not available.
Right.
Mhm.
So that's already been made clear for them that, you know, if they wanted to come and build here in Douglas County, that there would be no abatements available, because we're not gonna have our citizens paying for the taxes while they, you know, don't have to hardly pay any. Second, yeah, the road design that we're looking at.
Mhm.
I mean, all of that's still up in regards to workplace campus. That's still being developed and looked at and modified
Exactly.
as we're planning this as we're going along.
Correct.
Correct, okay. I think that's all the questions I have right now for you, Chris.
I'll hang down front.
Joe. The applicant.
Yes, sir.
Just to make sure, because I know I've asked Chris, but I just want to make sure everybody's clear on this. There is absolutely no abatements
No,
at
no,
all
sir.
that's been considered, or even it's actually been stated that if this development was to come into our county, that we would not provide any abatements for this project.
That is
Correct?
correct.
Okay. I just wanted to get that off the table. I'm going to allow my fellow commissioners to ask some questions, but I'll yield the chair back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair Alcaraz. Any other questions, board? Okay, no questions. You have one, Commissioner Mitchell? You have the floor.
Yes. Joe, if you would, please. I just want to give you your opportunity because I think you were trying to add some things to that, so I want to kind of just want to hear what it is in addition to your 2 minutes.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to give you probably a minute and a half. No, just.
Thank you. Can I touch on vested rights as a part of that? I would acknowledge that Stream doesn't have vested rights. The people who have the vested rights are sitting out here. And they have the vested rights to use this property in keeping with whatever the Board of Commissioners believes to be the highest and best use. So it may be that the people from Dallas don't have vested rights to come in and say, you have to do this. But what has to happen by elected officials is to make an appropriate decision about what should be done with their property. With respect to what might be done on this property, when I started to show up earlier, are portions of the Winston Small Area Plan that's published and available online. And if you look at a portion of this, I'm sure you've seen it before, what you'll recognize is this exact location under this Concept B Rural Job Center calls for industrial for this exact property around Jason Industrial and going east. Now, based on this, the Development Authority developed what's called that Winston area study, and what it anticipates is the uniform development of infrastructure, including roadways that will go north toward Dallas and then turn back toward Highway 78. You can't do those things unless you have the seed resources in the forms of tax revenues in order to fund it. Decades ago, in the 1980s, happened to be county attorney then, and we did a community improvement district at Thornton Road. And what happened was we bonded several $1 million of revenue in order to construct sewer along Blairsbridge Road and Thornton Road. And what happened was it was the catalyst for that exact thing. So with increased tax revenues and with the potential for a CID and a TAD in this area, it is the perfect arrangement for the resources that we need for the type of development that the staff wants to see in that area. What the Development Authority prepared was a site of a total of 886 areas, and I believe it's exactly what Planning and Zoning is interested in doing, and it's reflected in that draft concept plan. So thank you.
Thank you. And so what letters or what commitment do we have, or do you guys have from Georgia Power, WSA,
The WSA have provided a letter confirming that our capacity of water demand and our wastewater demand can be serviced for the project. And Georgia Power, their application process is they issue a request for service letter, and that formally allocates the generation capacity to your project. Then the next step is a MNDA, a mutual NDA, and then the next step is the electrical services agreement. We've executed the for service agreement, we've executed our MNDA, we've completed our design on the property, and we're about to execute our electrical services agreement. So we're very well progressed, a year and a half progressed with Georgia Power in terms of their commitment to the project.
And with that, with all of that being said, what impact from Georgia Power, and I know you know, I really would have rather somebody from WSA and or Georgia Power to speak, and I don't know if we do have anybody from there, but what impact would that have on the citizens yet along in that area? So when it comes to those utilities there.
So as of today, the capacity is allocated in Georgia Power's future plans as generation capacity that they have to supply this project. So in terms of impact on the residents in this area, they should not see any impact in terms of increased in power rates or anything like that.
Got you. And you mentioned that there was employment potential. Can you revisit that once more for me, if you would?
We're actually very proud of that as a company, and it's one of the reasons I joined Stream Data Centers is we hire local, and we actually work with the local community to train up people to become part of the Stream Data Centers company. So what we would expect to happen here is out of those 220 resources, we would expect a number of them to be skilled managers that we would bring in, but the majority of them would be people we would look to convert as critical facility managers or as local technicians. So we have obviously equipment on site that needs serviced. It's very easy for a local mechanic or a local technician or a local HVAC consultant to upskill and to get involved in these types of developments. So that's our goal and our hope.
Got it. And there are no abatements from, I just want to make sure we.
Correct.
There are no abatements. And DOT, I think we had DOT in the building at one time or another, did we not? Okay. Just.
Would you mind? Oh, sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Would you mind if I spoke to the transport side of things just a little bit?
Absolutely.
When we looked at this site, we actually met with the Chapman family, and they mentioned about North Bagot Road actually getting cut off by the train that comes through, and at times they would have to actually climb out, I believe was the statement, through the train to get out of the property. We're proposing through access through our property that will be open and available, that will create effectively an third emergency exit point for North Bagot Road. We also looked at the Polk Road crossing, the rail crossing. That's actually a convex connection to the Veterans Memorial. And as you drive out, it's actually blind on both sides of the road. So the reason we proposed closing that to any type of future major traffic was it's actually a pretty unsafe condition, the way that it exists.
Yeah.
So our initial proposal for our development is access through Jason Industrial, and we've been working with the Development Authority on the future major access development that's intending to go to the north. And our intent is to support in any way we can as those future development plans happen and to develop sustainably with everybody here. But we do think that providing the additional emergency access, closing down what is we consider an unsafe condition there in the current Polk Road access, and not adding more traffic there and directing it through Jason Industrial is actually an interim positive impact, and then we'll route the rest of our traffic in alignment with the Development Authority's plans and the county's plans.
But with that entrance, and I think DOT is going to kind of talk to me about with the entrance, and that will be the only entrance, or are we anticipating from when we look at the future of this potential project, or
we We understand from the development authority that there is a future road network to be planned further north.
Mhm.
At this time, we don't have the exact details of it, but we're intending to support as those plans come together.
Got it. And I just want to hear from our dear friends over at DOT. And Joe, I'll need you back too, though, as well. Speak to the road, the impact of that, where the entrance and or exit would come in and out of, versus the future of what that looks like. And I know you may not know the future because we don't know what that is until we get there. But is that the right structure? Is that the right infrastructure to have, or cutting through Baggett? I think it is. I'm just a little confused on that side of it, though.
Yeah, we've looked at a few models for the
Okay.
overall development. One that I recall lately is going to access potentially off of Man Road.
Okay.
And go east and west, which would connect north of this site. And we've seen some renderings that would show this site having access to that direct, more of a boulevard type entrance. The southern part has not really been defined as of yet. It's still underway, but the access to the existing Jason Industrial is not really a desirable access. It's just a site access for this site, not necessarily for other sites.
Okay. That's where it's kind of confusing me, and I'm trying to really wrap my brain cell around that side of it. It's not recommended, but is that just the route we're taking just to get potentially this project done, or?
Well, in another aspect, development of this side will need multiple access for EMS, et cetera.
Correct.
So we're going to be looking for a minimum of two.
Okay.
Just for the unit. So they've satisfied that just for this site.
Got it. Okay. Because in my mind, I'm saying that's definitely not enough access, entrance, and exiting, as that being the one entry point and exit point based on the acreage of what they're looking at the potential future of building out. So that wouldn't work, I don't think.
And
okay.
that is correct. You're
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Thank you, and I appreciate that. And Joe, I had one more other question for you, Joe. You spoke about the height of the building on top of the additional piece on condition number 7, if I'm not mistaken, that would need to be adjusted if this happened to make it pass this board. What in addition to that you and your clients would be willing to give and to do, or what?
One of the technical people can answer that.
Sure.
Apologies, is the question around the justification for the request of the increase in height?
Well, it sounds like you'll need an increase in the height because you couldn't agree with these 6 or 7 conditions.
Today, there is no height limitation. We submitted concept building plans that include a 60-foot height with then a 78-foot screen. We had never intended for those to become height limitations. They were transcribed from our plans and put in as a condition to the development. So in good faith and in our intent to work with the Planning and Zoning Authority, instead of requesting them to be removed completely, we requested that the 78 feet limit on the screen be increased to 90, given that we're not completed with detailed design right now, and some of the equipment on the roof may be slightly larger and require more screening. So that's the reason for that.
Right, I understand the reasoning, but I think Planning and Zoning gave us 7 conditions, if I'm not mistaken, that we were reading along. If there's going to be any adjustment, I think this board will probably want to hear what that would be, that you guys would want to be considered, so we can make sure that we're all on the same page. Because if not, if it happened to approve as the way it is today, then that would not be the case. You'll be coming back before us and trying to make that adjustment.
I believe Joe had mentioned it, so apologies, but I can clarify our request, just very clearly, is there's a 78-foot limit on the screen height above the roof. We're requesting that that gets increased to 90 feet.
I understand.
And then we're requesting that the condition is on the discretion of the Director of Development Services. So,
Got it. So Joe, I don't know if you want to make that clear, or as part of that condition, or you making that part of the condition if this goes through planning and zoning and the board.
As he just said, condition number 7 would be revised to enable us to go up to 90, subject to the discretion of the Development Review Director.
Okay.
In order to deal with the mechanical issues on the top of the building.
I understand. I just want to make sure that
Yes,
it's
sir,
well
that's it.
stated.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. I believe I missed a moment. Is our economic development, there you are, you moved on me. Director Chris Pumphrey, just had one question for you. In the pursuit of diversifying our portfolio, please elaborate on other types of development that will be planned for this Winston area workplace.
Yes. So we've established a set of target sectors. A couple years ago, we hired Ernst & Young to help us do that study. It came up with 4 core areas: advanced manufacturing, life sciences and healthcare, professional and technology services, media and entertainment. And so what we wanted to create in accordance with the small area study was a corporate park that allowed us to recruit those targeted sectors. And one of the things that we talked about as the Winston area study was coming about was ensuring that we weren't recreating Thornton Road, we weren't, attracting a bunch of warehouses, to the site. And so we wanted to focus on a large-scale tract that allowed us to attract those industries. I would just add, over the last 4 years, we've had about 18 project requests that were looking for 100 acres or more. Of those 18, 3 of those were data centers. The balance of them were manufacturing, life sciences, headquarters, and recreational uses.
Okay, certainly that address the perception of data center overload. That's what I just kind
Yes,
of
ma'am.
heard that
Yes, ma'am.
earlier, that all we're bringing in is data centers, but you are looking at other things other than
Yeah,
data
our pipeline is robust with a multitude of industries, and data centers, actually, to date, we probably only have like 1 or 2 that are really talking to us at this point. The balance of those are all life sciences, manufacturing related, and that's what we want to create this park for.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mhm.
I yield the floor back to you.
Madam
Sure.
Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Just for you, just brought up some. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but the city is already on the outskirts of our workplace campus,
Correct.
developing, coming that way, correct?
Correct. So, yeah, so there is a company that has 160, 70 acres, I believe. It's the site that actually was supposed to be the rock quarry, or that was proposed to be the rock quarry. They have purchased that, and with the intentions on developing that 160-ish acres. And that is in the city limits.
Yeah, that's in the city limits, but our city limits borders up to our workplace campus coming
Correct.
forward, correct?
Correct. On the to the north of the city boundary and the west of the city boundary, it's all unincorporated, which encompasses the area that we've been designing.
Okay. And the city could possibly, because they border up to our workplace campus, as they did up there on Doris Road, they can annex this property from us because we border.
I would say that is a possibility.
Okay. All right. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, we have 2 items here to consider, so we will take the zoning first. If I could have a motion on Z 2025-55, the request for rezoning from RA residential agricultural and residential low density to LI light industrial. Could I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, it's Rob Thomas. I'd like to make a motion to approve Z 2025-55, request for rezoning from residential agricultural to light industrial, with the conditions read in by staff.
Do I have a second? Hearing none.
Frank Payne.
I'm sorry?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any discussion?
Do have some discussion really quickly. Just for the record, I want to state that I think it's important. We pay our zoning staff to give us their professional opinion. I think it's important to consider what they're saying. I want to specifically address our commissioners in hopes that you guys just consider that we have control right now to be able to determine the growth and how our community goes. And in my opinion, I feel like this is an opportunity for us to keep that control and to make our own regulatory framework so that we can develop this the way that we want to as a community, considering Foxhall and different things like that. So my personal opinion, just want to address and acknowledge that we have an opportunity here to control how we develop our community. These are just my comments, just for the record, before we make this vote. So that's what I want to just close with. Thank you.
Any other discussion, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All in favor of approving Z 2025-55 as read into the record, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, Z 2025-55 comes to you with a recommendation for denial.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and
I'm sorry.
okay.
Let me take it back.
All right.
Okay, that motion failed. Okay, that motion failed. Do I have another motion, Planning and Zoning Board?
It's Brandon Penniman. I make a motion to deny application Z 2025-55.
Do I have a second?
This is Melissa Polk. I second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion here? Hearing none. All in favor of a motion to deny Z 2025-55 as read into the record, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. All opposed? Thank you very much. Now, Madam Chairman, we have a recommendation for Z 2025-55 for denial.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Z 2025-55.
Okay. Do we have a second? Board, do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion?
Just to clarify, approve with the conditions as presented?
With conditions as
Thank you.
presented.
Second. With that.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. All opposed, please raise your hand. The vote is 3-2 and the motion carries. Okay?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Board? Okay, Planning and Zoning Board, I need a motion on S 2025-56, the special use permit.
This is, excuse me, Melissa Polk. I make a motion to deny agenda item S 2025-56.
I have a motion, I have a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of motion to deny S 2025-56, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. All opposed? Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. S 2025-56 comes to you with a recommendation for denial from Planning and Zoning Board.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve S 2025-56.
Okay. Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
With conditions.
Oh, with conditions.
I think County Attorney would be more comfortable if you clarified it was all conditions.
All the conditions read in by staff.
By staff, okay, because there was a counter proposal, so we just want the record to reflect which conditions.
Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? Commissioner Kendall Jones, you have the floor.
I will just say, to echo the sentiments of Planning and Zoning individual, Mr. Penniman, we've seen this play out in District 2 staff is spot on in terms of their opinions about what piecemeal development looks like, the impact that it has on the neighbors and the community members when the roads are too small, that they're constantly getting damaged, signs are getting knocked down, it costs the county money to put them back up. Undesirable uses come in. There are things that get developed as a matter of right, and we have no say-so or control. I think this was a prime opportunity for us to decide what we wanted to do with that area, and if the developments off of Rock House Road were not a cautionary tale to anybody else, they certainly were to me, and so I just would put that comment on the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner Jones. Any other discussion, board? Okay, if there's no discussion, we have a motion and a second on the floor. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Did I see? Did you raise your hand, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. All opposed? Raise your hand. We have a 3-2 vote and the motion carries. Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Good luck to you going forward. Our next agenda item, please. Okay, we might want to stand by a second and let the interested parties leave. Okay, if we could have some order. If you would carry your conversations outside so we can continue our meeting here, folks. Okay, I think we're ready.
Thank you. This is case S 2025-54. AMH Development is requesting a special use permit for a build-to-rent, single-family detached residential neighborhood, and to also allow a waiver of Section 353 of the Unified Development Code, requiring build-to-rent communities to have on-site staff located on Dorset Shoals Road. It's approximately 43 acres in Commission District 3. The subject property is wooded with a creek bisecting the parcel. The subject property is in the low-density, single-family residential zoning district. The subject property fronts Dorset Shoals Road. There are single-family subdivisions directly north and west of the subject property, which are zoned as low-density, single-family residential. The applicant is proposing the construction of a 29-lot, single-family subdivision that will be leased to future tenants. Applicant proposes a waiver for the requirement of on-site staff with standard business hours. Here are the relevant code sections. There are no prior zoning actions for this parcel. Residents in nearby subdivisions express concerns of rental housing, including decrease in property taxes, crime, increased eviction rates, and impact to the school system at the community information meetings. Douglas County appraisal team does not anticipate property values to decrease based on rental occupancy. Single-family detached rental properties receive no tax exemption, and therefore pays its full share of property tax and personal property taxes. Here are the special use criteria analysis. Here's the zoning map. Here's the site aerial. Here's the site plan provided by the applicant. Here's another site plan. The development is in the suburban living future land use map in the traditional neighborhood character area. Here are supplemental pictures provided by the applicant. Based on our findings, staff is recommending approval with conditions. The use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the UDC. The granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public, health, safety, or welfare. Their conditions are as follows. The proposed single-family homes must include 3-sided brick facades to be placed on the front and sides of the homes. The subdivision must be individually platted and meet all requirements of the final subdivision approval. The applicant must meet all requirements of Article 3, Section 353 of the UDC. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Mr. Fowler, you're speaking on this one too.
Yes, sir, here.
Okay, we have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes.
I remember that.
Mr. Fowler.
Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 49, and Mr. Myers St. George is here on behalf of the company tonight. Our client.
They can't hear you.
Hey, speak up. If you could speak up. Thank you. Attorney.
Our client agrees to the 3 conditions. Is grateful for the staff recommendation of approval. The company owns and operates Buckingham off Simon Road. You saw a little snippet of the aerial view and the way that property is maintained. The project is 29 homes on a total of 43 acres, 2 separate entrances on Dorset Shoals, huge amount of green space and separation from the existing homes in the 2 neighboring subdivisions. There will be a mandatory HOA which is responsible for maintaining the yards and landscaping front and side and rear. The rentals range from $2,450 to $2,875, an average of $2,600 a month. The homes have 3, 4, and 5 bedrooms. There are 2 play areas in the development. We had 3 meetings with the neighbors, some of whom are here. We know they are almost universally opposed to this. We sought to do everything we could to appease the concerns they had. One of their concerns was play areas, which are required by the ordinance. There are 2, 1 at each location. We requested on behalf of the applicant if they could be removed. It's ordinance required. That would take action by the board if you wanted to do that. The property is currently zoned for this use, but the ordinance requires us to proceed with a special use permit. So it's properly zoned, but if it's going to be rentals, and that's what these are, then you have to approve of the 9 special use criteria that you have in the staff report. The staff has concluded that all 9 support this request for the permit. When we were meeting with the neighbors, the concern was if these properties are not maintained, we will suffer the brunt of that. And when you do the research online about how rentals impact neighboring properties, the universal note is that it occurs when properties are not being maintained. The reason we put the Buckingham project up there in the video is because they own and operate that project. More on that at an appropriate time. Thank you.
Next person, please. Name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
Myers St. George, AMH Development, 3424 Vinings North Trail, Smyrna, Georgia. I am the Director of Land Acquisition here in Metro Atlanta for AMH. We're a national developer and home builder of build-to-rent communities in 18 markets across the country. We have 12 existing communities in the Metro Atlanta area located here in Douglas, Paulding, Cherokee, Forsyth, Gwinnett, and Walton counties, with another 5 new communities under development. AMH has 3 communities in Douglas County, one in the back phase of Brandywine Lakes in Villa Rica, one in the back phase of Chicago Park off of Chicago Avenue in the city of Douglasville, and the third, as Joe mentioned, Buckingham Terrace, which is just 2.5 miles from the subject property, Dorset Shoals. As Joe mentioned, we met with community members on 3 different occasions, 2 public community information meetings here, and 1 on site at our amenity center at Buckingham Terrace. That was with a lot of the officers of the 3 neighboring HOAs that are adjacent to our proposed development. AMH is a long-term holder and has never sold a community. I know there's been concern about just letting the property go, and I think we've seen evidence of the maintenance that we handle, including all repairs and maintenance weekly lawn service, edging, weed removal, and pine straw. Another concern that we heard was, the concern with no on-site management. And AMH manages all of its communities from our local property management office in Atlanta, ensuring that all issues are handled and addressed in a timely manner through our in-house team. Leasing is handled through the AMH in-house leasing team, ensuring everyone is properly screened, as AMH will be holding these properties for decades, and we care about the quality of resident and long-term value of our homes.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? You'd state your name and address, and then 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir. Paul Zakis, 3500 Raintree Court, Douglasville. I am the local board chair for Youth Villages, who owns the property. We are currently, Youth Villages owns about 1,200 acres there. This 43-acre piece is part of that property. We are currently doing a $70 million renovation of Youth Villages. We're in phase 2 of a phase 3 capital improvement. We have been working with AMH for a little bit over a year on this with Youth Village's legal team, and we have thoroughly checked these guys out, and mainly by checking their properties to see how they maintain them. Very important for Youth Villages to make sure that they protect their campus with these young kids and young adults, and we feel like there is a there's no negative impact for the facility, and we feel that it's the least impactful for that 43 acres because it's such a low density. When we signed the contract over a year ago, a special use permit wasn't needed. It was added to the zoning after the fact. Our goal was always to build single-family residences, and that hasn't changed. As we all know, the real estate market is constantly shifting. I know some of my friends up there are real estate folks, so you understand that. Not everybody wants to own. People have different lifestyle changes, flexibility. It allows people to move easier and quicker if job opportunities come in different areas. Their properties are pristine. I live in Douglasville, and you can drive through a neighborhood and you can see good yard, bad, good yard, bad. One house needs painting, one looks good, and every one of these off Simon Road where we had a meeting with the HOA, every yard is cut, the houses are pristine, the neighborhood's about 3 years old, and they look fantastic. So we feel like it's a good use and low density, and it's going to be very low impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Please approach the podium. Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. Now, we have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes. I notice a number of people lining up, so if somebody in front of you says something that you agree with, you might want to just limit your time to, I agree with what's being said, to give somebody behind you sufficient time to speak. So, at this point in time, if you'd state your name and address for the record, sir, and 2 minutes.
Horace Ridley, 4255 Roadstone Court. I live in a subdivision that will be impacted by their proposal. Now let's look at reality. AMH is present in Tampa, Florida. It's going to be a crystal ball for what happened in Douglas County. 4 things that happened where AMH had expanded aggressively in Tampa, Florida. Lower homeowner values, negative school impact, severe traffic congestion, declining neighborhood. This is not made up. This is research you can find online. You also see negative impacts of these communities in Baton Rouge, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Dallas, and in Atlanta, Georgia. See, these are 6 case examples of what happened when you allow these communities and the impact on nearby owner-occupied neighborhoods. The key is, will Douglas County be another case example? What about the research? The Journal of Housing Economics and other research concludes increasing in BTRC communities correlates with falling or stagnated home values for nearby owner-occupied homes. Research shows declining neighborhood stability. Renters move about 4 times as often as homeowners. In one study year, AMH filed evictions against 20% of their tenants. The transitional nature of children in these homes will impact school continuity. Other factors, Dorset Shores Road already has heavy traffic. Adding about up to 80 cars on a consistent basis would make it even worse. Also impact is the plantations at Dorset Shores. It is a cut-through neighborhood. We have cars doing 70 miles an hour down our streets. So what's going to happen when you put this subdivision adjacent to it? Are you going to or someone's going to pay for our speed bumps? The risk to Douglas County is this: we're not against renters. Many of us has rented, but this is a business model that detracts and diminishes the surrounding communities. What homeowner would continue to invest in this community? If this is approved, we cannot forget that you will vote to hurt our homeowner value.
Thank you, sir. Next, name and address. Whoop.
Cynthia Haynes, 4496 Bellmead Drive, Douglasville, Georgia. Project impact on property values in surrounding areas. The plantation of Dorset Shores experienced road washout due to heavy water runoff. The impact of runoff due to tree removal will have a negative impact on plantation at Dorset Shores, potentially negatively impacting the dam, which is an integral part of the WSA. Homeowners near BTRCs have reported lower resale interest translating into lower home values. Study found vacant rental homes are more subject to vandalism than owner-occupied homes. What happens as the years roll on in our city? AMH talks versus the actual ratings. 1.4 rating on Yelp. Trustpilot.com and Rate the Landlord 2.2 out of 5 and 2 out of 5 respectively. PissConsumer.com reported unethical practices, difficult to work with, hazardous, not taken seriously. CBS 46 News investigated soaring complaints against AMH. In Buckingham Terrace, an evicted tenant, and I witnessed it, where their belongings were out on the street for nearly 2 weeks. All of the above indicates profit over community. With no on-site management, what do you expect? Is this what we want in Douglasville County? No. I also have walked the 3 subdivisions, Plantation, Novula, Corsi Lake, the Hampton Mills, and I have over 100 petitions that were signed that are opposing this.
Thank you very much. Next, please. Name and address.
Hi, Audrey Durr, 4340 Hunt Cliff Trace.
If you'd get closer to the microphone.
Oh, okay, I will. Okay. Why are they really here? Roswell, Alpharetta, Johns Creek, Milton, and Peachtree City have banned or heavily restricted build-to-rent communities to preserve the character of their prospective communities. Clayton County has outright banned build-to-rent for leasing or rental purposes. Why? They don't want to be another Tampa, and neither should Douglasville. If approved, AMH will be back to build more, and Douglasville will be a red line dumping ground for build-to-rent communities.
Thank you very much. Next, name and address, please.
Donetta Booker, 4747 Pepper Tree Lane, Douglasville. Kearney Homes and Adams Homes are currently building subdivisions worth $600,000 and up. And recent home sales in the area has closed a home for $1.4 million. So AMH's proposed build-to-rent community simply does not fit in the area. Douglas County is at a crossroads. Every approved build-to-rent home site removes opportunities for generational wealth and investment from Douglas County, as homeowners have 45 times the wealth as renters. When AMH was asked why did they not have brick on their homes, the response was, it will affect our profit margin. We do not need communities built for corporate profit in Douglasville. What happens when the market drops? Reduced maintenance, reduced oversight, and neglected properties and declining values for the rest of us. Believe and accept the realities that are experienced in other cities. Do not believe what they're telling you here. Do we want Douglasville to be a place for families plant roots and build wealth, or do we want it to be a place overrun with rentals, turnover, and lost identity? Please vote no on the proposed build-to-rent development. Let's protect our future, our values, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, name and address.
Vanessa Livingston, 3965 Willow Ridge Road. I live in a subdivision that is adjacent to an existing AMH community. At the 2 community meetings that I attended, AMH emphasized that their priority and pride is taken in keeping their communities pristine and well-maintained. During this meeting, it was stated that AMH is also an owner of existing investor-owned single-family homes, approximately 60,000 across the country, and according to the Atlanta Regional Commission, approximately 6,000 in the Atlanta metro area, which includes Douglas County. Only Henry County outnumbers Douglas County with the highest number of investor-owned single-family homes. The priority and pride that are described in their built-to-rent communities are not the same within our existing communities. Grass goes uncut, debris is left in yards, pets are abandoned, and code enforcement and animal control are strained thin. My greatest concern is for our schools. AMH said that the average rental of a resident is 3 years. A student attending for only 3 years or less can impact our schools' ratings by removing the stability that comes with home ownership. As an example, a young boy who attended school with my son and whom I drove to school when he and my son would miss the bus, he and his family were evicted on April 30th of this year. That young boy never returned to the school. Please note that the family was evicted on April 30th, and this year, Georgia Milestones testing dates for the 2024-2025 school year were April 28th to May 5th. This student started testing but did not complete the testing. This will unfortunately impact his grades for the semester as well as the performance for our schools. Another example, when I asked another neighbor in a home that was on its 3rd tenant within a 2-year period of time, why were they moving, the resident stated that the rent was being raised and that they could no longer afford the rent. Protect our future,
that's your
our
2
values, and our communities. Stop putting profit over
That's
people.
your 2 minutes, please. Okay, how much time we have left? We got 6 minutes and 55 seconds, so, next person.
Great. My name's Tim Witten. I live at 4620 Smokestone Drive in one of the neighborhoods directly impacted. I won't mince words, as my neighbors did a great job covering a lot of what I want to discuss. I'll restrict mine to environmental impacts. The first one being the traffic on Dorset Shoals. The proposed site they plan to put the entrance for this neighborhood is extremely dangerous on a downhill slope on a curve with no public lighting. This right here, this street has already had an enormous amount of accidents just this year alone. Our emergency services, while they do a great job, we only have one small fire station roughly 2 miles away and no police precinct anywhere near us. Being in the county, of course, we rely on the sheriff's department. So response times are something that we have a concern about. Last but not least is flooding. This is a floodplain. I was here 20 years ago and lived in the same home when 2009 occurred, and we had our entire road completely washed away. I live directly adjacent to where they proposed this. Right behind my house is a 12-foot hill. That hill has already been irreparably damaged by rainfalls and flooding in the past. And when you now cut all of this vegetation down, it's only going to increase that level of impact to this community. And with what's happening in Texas right now, especially from flooding, I think that's something we have to make sure we take into account. That flood in 2009 killed 7 people. This right here could threaten lives, and even one is too many for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person, please. I believe we've got probably 5 minutes and 50 seconds left, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people back there.
Okay, I'll make this quick. My name is Latrice Wilson. I live on 4460 Dorset Shoals Run. So basically, it's right adjacent to the Dorset Shoals Road. And long story short, I agree with all my neighbors. One, the impact of deforestation. I see what happened to Stewart, where they building right now off of Stewart Mill Road, all the deer, all the animals. We're getting more traffic of deer in our neighborhood. My husband had to eat, and my husband goes to work early in the morning. He even told me he had to stop because there's a path of over 20 deer. He had to stop, and that's a potential danger. Number two, I agree with the gentleman right here with that road. That road you cannot expand. It's a very winding road and it's dark, especially with the deer. There's a higher potential of getting your car get damaged or injury or even death. And that's including if you're going to build that type of residence, people are not going to get used to it and they be speeding. I guarantee you there's going to be a higher number of accidents. Next is, they told you about the management company. No offense, a lot of these are type of companies, they could change over to different ownership. And yeah, they may look good now, but eventually the maintenance may go down, especially renters are usually, I don't want to say transient, but they usually stay short term. They move. Most of the times they don't keep respect of their properties. As myself as a homeowner, and the major factor is the last thing too I want to mention, overcrowding schools, of course, and right now because the economic turn now all over the United States, we got other local businesses closing. Look at Walgreens has been closed. Sonics has closed off of Highway 5. And there might be, like we say, Hooters and as well. There's other businesses might possibly close down. And we already have a lot of people, a lot of traffic on Highway 5, Chapel Hill, Douglas Boulevard. We do not need another housing development. We need to leave that green space alone. A lot of neighbors love it. Many people lived it for 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Name and address for the record, please.
Sheila Compatello, 4612 Hammock Lake Drive. I mean, I agree with all of them. I've been a homeowner across from Dorset Shoals School for 30 years, so I was there before Publix and all the other neighborhoods. The increase in traffic, I'm passed on that road. It's very dangerous and windy. I would say let's do a park instead of a residential right there. We need something different. That's going to just increase the traffic on that road and make it more dangerous.
Thank you for your comments. Next person, please.
Peter Compatello, 4612 Hammock Lake Drive. I agree with what my wife says.
Good man.
But there's one other thing besides the other issues. We've been here for 30 years. We've been in District 3 for 30 years. We moved here because it's a nice residential area with single-family homes. We didn't have to deal. I grew up in a city with renters. We don't need to deal with renters. We don't want renters as a community. We don't want renters in the area in another rental community. One last thing, I just pulled this up. AHM has received numerous complaints and has been issued an alert due to a pattern of complaints by the Better Business Bureau. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Timothy Ferris. I live at 5385 Wilder Drive. Been a Douglas County resident for 30 years. We've had a plethora of temporary housing built for the area. We have plenty of that. With lack of management on site, they can sublease this property out. They could sell this property to other folks. I don't think it's to the benefit of Douglas County to approve this subdivision.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Ann Ferris, and I live on Cedar Lake Terrace, and I've lived there for 30-some years. And a lot of times, well, we have a lot of rentals house in this city now, and they don't take care of them. And so then you're going to build a subdivision with people that's not invested in Douglas County, and I'm opposed to it. I don't think it's a good idea.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Marlene Anderson, 4761 Planters Walk, Douglasville, Georgia. I agree with everyone what they've said, but I also want to know that one of the conditions is three-sided brick. That means the rate of their rental will increase drastically because these houses that they want to build next to are $500,000 homes plus, or over $1 million on Chapel Hill. So they would have to increase the rent drastically, which means people can't afford it. They really can't afford it. The other thing I wanted to say, AMH's eviction rates in Chicago Park as well as in the other communities is not good. It's not a good rating. They evict a lot of people. And then also, again, with the flooding, we have a pond in Plantation that it goes down. If they move the property and build their property off of Dorset Shoals, it's water going through there. It's going to shift all of the property and could put everybody at risk. So I think that all those things should be considered, and you should not vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Carol Jones, 4684 Millwater Crossing. I just want to say, when I bought my house in 2008, I could have bought my house anywhere, but I
Okay.
chose to buy it in a residential area.
Okay, I'm sorry, but our 15 minutes is up.
It's up?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
That's what I said in the beginning. We needed to move quickly because we have
okay,
a lot of
time is
people.
going to be up when it's
Okay.
time to vote,
All right.
because we do vote.
This,
You have to stop talking.
Okay, okay.
At this point in time, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
I have a question for the applicant. What's your name?
Myers St. George.
Mr. Myers, what are your thoughts on ownership and wealth for generations?
Basically, there's a huge demand for rental housing. There's folks that need a place to rent for a couple of years. Typically, our residents are young families with a kid and a dog. They're looking just for short-term living. And we don't believe that we are restricting anybody from creating generational income at the end of the day, because it's just a short-term rental product for them for a couple of years.
Cool. Last question. What are your thoughts on your eviction rates?
Our eviction rates are unfortunately high when, in the event that the tenant doesn't pay rent, and it's typically 3 months' rent. Usually they are served an eviction notice after the first or second month. 3 out of the 4 residents on average end up not being locked out of their house. They end up back paying the rent, and they are not actually locked out of their house and their stuff put out.
So do you feel like it's just more of a difficulty they have actually keeping up with this high level of rent?
Absolutely. Well, because of the rent,
Yeah.
I would say it's more responsibility, job responsibility, not holding on to their income stream.
So do you think it's responsible to build something when you feel like people may not be responsible enough to be able to take care of it?
We screen our residents. Basically, our average resident, the household income needs to average income 3 times the monthly rent. So we feel like that's a sufficient amount, and unfortunately, things happen and people can't afford their rent anymore.
Okay. Just wanted to get your thoughts on the economic side. Thanks.
Yes, I have a question for DOT.
Yes, sir.
Yes, my question is based on, I heard numerous of the residents that live in that area talked about the traffic, talked about the curb, I'm not gonna talk about the water runoff, I'll let WSA talk about that. But based on that situation that they're talking about, based on the traffic, what is your, as part of DOT, looking into that, and the traffic study on that?
This is not a large development per se. I'm looking at, it's proposed as 29 lots with 3 different access points. So there's going to be one entrance that's 600 or 800 foot with a cul-de-sac. And then there'll be another access point that ties in and loops back to Dorset Shoals Road. So from a traffic standpoint, from what we're used to around here, it's not a lot of demand. I agree that there's some curvature along Dorset Shoals Road. One of the things that I heard highlighted multiple times was street lighting, and that will be a requirement that's imposed during DRC along the entire frontage of the property, and a sidewalk as well as other typical UDC requirements.
Okay, that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Do we have anybody from WSA? Nope. Okay.
Any
That's
other
it.
questions?
We do have our county engineer here. Did you have a specific stormwater engineering question?
Yeah, based off the runoff that they talking about.
He was forewarned I would put him on the spot to answer this question.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Travis McDonald, County Engineer.
Yes, based on a lot of residents are talking about, the flood that happened, we all know about that. But based on the runoff and based on when the subdivision is going to be developed, that's going to be the green space that was there, it's no longer going to be there. So how you're thinking the impact on the community and the people there now?
So any development will increase runoff volume because there's more impervious surface, so not as much water can soak into the ground. That's why we have detention ponds to slow the rate of the water. So we do try to mitigate the impacts of development as much as possible, but over time, this new development might be a drop in the bucket overall to the whole basin, but if you keep adding enough drops in a bucket, you'll get a full bucket.
Okay, that's a good one. That's it.
I got one final question for the applicant, please. I heard one person speaking in opposition, and they mentioned that that this is actually not allowed. These type of developments aren't allowed in a place like Vinings. And then I remember that that's where you said that you lived. And as a developer, please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. I just wanted to know your thoughts on that as a developer who lives in a community that doesn't allow these type of developments. What is
I
your?
actually live in Smyrna. It's just a Vinings address, or the street name is Vinings, so.
Okay.
That's not actually the case, but basically, a lot of municipalities are putting leasing restrictions on the amount of homes in new rezonings that you can rent out.
Mm-hmm.
Or in the case of Douglas County, they're requiring us to come apply for a special use permit. That's pretty much what those municipalities are doing today. They're not completely restricting them 100%.
Okay. Just want to get your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Before you go,
Rob Thomas, I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Yeah. How many residents are you going to have there? How many homes?
29 homes.
29 homes. Okay. What's the square footage?
The average square footage is 2,600. They'll range from, 2,200 square feet. They'll range from 2,000 to 2,700 square feet.
2,027, okay. And the price points you said were from?
2450 to
28.
2750, 28.
Okay, all right. The on-site staff, that's the waiver you're asking for?
Yes.
All right. So that's your business model, you just have located at one location, downtown Atlanta somewhere, and you service all the different communities?
Yeah, that's correct. Our corporate or our property management office is in Roswell, but we have service technicians that are dedicated to each geographical area that service both those scattered individual homes that we own, along with the new communities. And the residents are provided a portal, access to a portal, every single resident, and they put in a ticket, and then we have a service technician out there at a house within 24 hours. And you probably have seen our vans and some of our competitors out there. You'll see them quite a bit. We used to be American Homes for Rent. It's now AMH, and you'll probably see them around Douglas County quite a bit.
Okay. So that ordinance we have, or that requirement we have here in Douglas County is for a reason. I think primarily is because the common areas, right? Who's going to need some eyes on the ground, that we can see what's going on a daily basis. I mean, I get a ticket, a service call ticket to come fix something, but if you got trash somewhere or some problems or even damage, you may not get a call on that. So that's the reason main reason why I would think that we want to have, you know, someone there on site, not just in Atlanta somewhere waiting on an email to come through and not really know what's going on the ground. You follow me?
No, I understand your concern.
And I understand your business model, this is how it is, but, you know, we have our standards as well.
Understood.
So, but as far as the common area maintenance, who takes care of that? Who monitors that? How's it monitored?
Our property management group, we have basically their regional area managers visit the properties multiple times a month. And then they take note, and then they'll send service technicians out there to take care of if there's trash, or they'll pick it up themselves. Obviously, our service technicians are asked to clean up if they see trash laying around, just as a service to the company. And to
Well, you
the
probably see how that can be problematic. You know what I mean? Just, you know, whenever they go out there, once a week or what have you, something could be going on prior to that. So, you know, I just want to make sure you understand why that particular condition is required.
I understand.
And that's all I have. That's the only question I have for you.
Any other questions, planning and zoning? Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, having no more questions from planning and zoning, I'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Any questions, Board of Commissioners? Certainly, Commissioner Braxton, you have the floor. District 3.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Would the applicant please approach the podium, please? Good evening. I'm over here.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. So you heard a lot of concerns from the community. And this community is the bedrock of home ownership in Douglas County. Knowing that, why are we proposing a 100% rental unit development in the district and in the community?
We have an existing community that we feel fits right in with it. Buckingham Terrace, 2.5 miles away. We had them come visit with us in the amenity center and show off that property, and we're very proud of it. Unfortunately, there was an eviction that happens, and happens at apartment complexes, and it happens, we have to, within law, within 3 months, we have to evict those residents. So it's an unfortunate circumstance, but we feel like we fit right in. We feel like Buckingham Terrace fits right in the community. Haven't had any complaints from neighbors at all.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Right, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, are you aware that recently we had in one of the neighboring communities an approval for additional development with the minimum square footage of 2,600 square feet? And you're looking now to have between 2,000 and 2,700 square feet. Is that, so I'm just trying to make sure that, you know, you're aware that recently we just approved something that's a lot larger in that community, and just want to get your comments and thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, we provide workforce housing, and today, I think everybody knows what the cost is today with inflation to construct a new home. So most home builders are going to the smaller size right now, and zoning, the minimum requirement in the existing zoning on this property is 1,800 square feet.
1,800?
Yes.
Okay. Do you consider the rental rates of 2,400 to 2,800 affordable in this market?
We're achieving them at Buckingham Terrace, 2 miles away.
So you do,
So yes, I do. We certainly wouldn't go into a market that we didn't think that we could realize the rents that we're projecting.
Okay. Let me ask you, what are the crime rates at the other 12 communities here in Georgia? And what are some of the code enforcement issues in the 12 communities here in the state of Georgia?
I don't have any crime rate statistics. It's not available to me. I'm not aware of a lot of crime that exists at our communities.
You're not aware?
No.
All right, well, let me ask this. What is the rental occupancy rate of the 12 communities in Georgia?
Our average portfolio is the occupancy or the vacancy?
The occupancy.
97%.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you have studies that suggest that surrounding property values do not go down. And I want to get more input on what those studies are.
I don't have any specific studies, but what I can tell you is if you go onto Zillow and some of these other websites and you look at the recent sales of homes in neighboring communities that neighbor our community, like Buckingham Terrace, you won't see a decline in sale prices.
Okay, because I thought I heard that during the presentation, that there was information that suggests that housing values do not go down in surrounding communities of AMH.
That was not mentioned, sir.
All right, let me ask the Department of Transportation staff, please come up. Thank you. Just a quick question there, and thank you for coming up. In regards to Dorset Shoals and just the current condition of Dorset Shoals right now, has there been any discussion about this particular applicant supporting any of the road improvements outside the additional lighting and the sidewalk that you mentioned?
DRC is only allowed to impose the UDC code. So therefore, whatever improvements along the roadway, which will be curb, gutter, underground drainage, sidewalk, et cetera, guardrail if needed, is what we can impose, decel lanes, et cetera.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for that. All right, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. Any other questions? Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
Yes, my questions are for the applicant. So, first thing that I do want to go back to, as a business practice with transient individuals who utilize your services, you all are not tracking any crime statistics or data to find out ways to make your properties safer or ensure the safety of any of the neighboring communities?
Not directly. I'm sure corporate does on a more general basis, but not on a specific community by community. I think if we were to, well, I don't want to speculate, but if we had issues with crime and others, then I'm sure we would study them.
But if you're not tracking it, how do you know if you have issues or not?
Corporate may be tracking it, but I'm not aware of those statistics.
What's your current rental acceleration policy for people who have been evicted or break their leases?
I'm not exactly sure. It's typically 2 months.
So then the individuals online who report that you all are asking for the full remainder of their term are not being truthful?
They're not being truthful.
I looked at Bird's Eye, which is one of the sites that I trust when I'm looking at reviews. There are approximately 900 reviews of you all's company. 500 of those are one-star reviews. Do you have any idea of why that would be?
I don't have any idea. We own, like we said, 7,000 homes here in Metro Atlanta and 60,000 nationwide, so that's probably a small fraction of the future residents or the existing residents we have.
Do you track your impact on local magistrate courts for the excessive number of evictions you all file?
No.
So you don't know what impact that would have on Douglas County's local court system?
No.
Are you guys using a private process server, or are you depending on the sheriff's department to serve your eviction notices?
I believe the sheriff is required to.
So we would have adverse impact or increased level of work for our sheriff's department based on the 3 out of 4 individuals you just mentioned that you all are evicting. Okay. In terms of prudent accounting or budgeting standards, you would agree that it's recommended that your annual monthly income mortgage payment be about 30% of your monthly income. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So are you aware that Douglas County's average monthly income is about $6,300 a month, which would make your rents about 45% of their income?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Would you consider 45% of your income an affordable rental rate?
I can't answer that one way or the other, what disposable percentage of disposable money spend on their rental
So you
homes.
mentioned workforce housing. What's your definition of workforce housing?
It's a housing that provides for local service people and the government, the police, post office.
So do you think 45% of their monthly income is affordable for that workforce of people? Do you think possibly that that's contributing to your eviction rate?
I don't have it. I don't know the answer to that.
Are you aware that increased evictions in an area does have an adverse impact on the quality and the rankings of that particular area? So if you live in a community that has consistent evictions over and over again, that would impact the surrounding community?
I would imagine so, yes.
So do you have any concern that that may impact the neighborhoods that are immediately adjacent to your property?
We feel like there's enough people in the renter pool that if we screen them correctly, these occurrences shouldn't happen.
What's your screening process?
As I mentioned, their income has to be 3 times the amount. Your background check is done. Felons are absolutely not allowed in the housing.
Have you guys considered modifying or tweaking that process if it's still leading to that number of individuals being evicted on a regular basis?
Sure.
Are you all working, so you said that the base rent is somewhere between $2,400 and $2,800 a month, or $2,200 and $2,800
That's
per
right.
month? Is your model, does it follow where that's the base rent, but then if you want amenities like ceiling fans or things like that, that you pay additional in rent, or is that the standard price of the rent?
That's the standard.
Of your evictions, you did mention that there were individuals that were able to go back into those homes. How many of those evictions end with people's property being put out on their front steps?
1 out of 4.
1 out of 4? Have you tracked or done any data on what that does for code enforcement if someone does not come and retrieve that property?
No, it's my understanding that we, as the owner of the house, has to remove the stuff that's on the street within 24 hours.
And so with the number of properties that you just mentioned that you have nationwide, I would envision that there's several times where that property is not picked up within 24 hours. So what is the impact to local code enforcement if they have to come in and get that property squared away?
I don't know what it is because we remove it ourselves.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenneth Jones. Any other remarks, board? Okay, Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
I will start with Allison. You're fine.
Yes, sir.
What is this community zone for? What's the zoning?
The zoning is residential low density? Residential low density, yes, sir.
Residential low density, okay. Help me to understand, if this is a rental community, when it comes to the fee simple side of things, when it comes to property taxes, how does that work?
So again, as a rental community, this property will have to pay both property taxes and personal property taxes. And there will be no exemptions or abatements that are given. They will pay their full share of the tax burden in this community.
Right, individually?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, as a single family home, correct?
Correct. So again, I'm not in the appraisal department, but we did talk with our colleagues in appraisal specifically in regard to this question. So the unit itself for property taxes will be taxed based on similarly situated buildings, right? So the ownership status of it doesn't really come into play. The only distinction between a fee simple owner occupied house and these houses would be that these houses will have to pay personal property taxes in addition to their regular property taxes. So that will be on things like, the appliances and things like that in the house. They'll have to pay personal property tax because it's a corporate owned structure.
Okay, so there's a difference in the tax structure based on the rental side of it, and they bought it as a...
Yes, sir. So, there's a difference in the tax structure based on it being an income-producing property. So not the physical structure of the house, but the fact that it's income-producing. They'll have to pay personal property taxes, whereas homeowners do not have to pay personal property taxes on things like appliances in their homes.
On the appliances, I get that.
Yes, sir.
Wow, interesting. I did not know that.
I didn't either
Yeah.
until I found out as a part of this
I
application.
did not know that.
Mhm.
And, okay, so it's becoming interesting to understand. So even though could these properties be sold as single-family residents after, if it got approved to do all 29 of these? Could they be individually sold as single-family residents? Or once they're grouped and sold and/or zoned as such, they're now stuck in that category of one group of rental?
Yes, sir. So one of the conditions that we have, number 2, subdivision must be individually platted and meet all requirements for final subdivision approval.
Mhm.
So this is basically saying that at such a time, as maybe rental communities are not as lucrative or as popular as they are now, that this property is going to be situated in exactly the same position as every other subdivision in the county and is individually platted and can be sold.
Individually?
Yes, sir.
Got it, okay. Because that's what I thought. I mean, I just wanted to make sure that that part of it was clear, that yes, these are all sold and bought as a group of rentals,
Right.
but they're individually platted
Right.
as such.
Buckingham Terrace, which is the other subdivision in the county they referenced, is similarly situated. It is all individually platted. It happens to be owned, each individual lot is owned by the same owner, the same corporate entity, but they are all individually platted. I can't speak to the projects in the city of Douglasville or the city of Villa Rica, but in the county, that has always been our position, that any project coming in has to meet the individual platting requirements for single-family detached homes.
Right, okay. And that's what I kind of sort of thought. And so that is the zoning, and, okay. That's I think that's all I got for you. Thank you again.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that. I guess this will be, Joe, I don't know if you can kind of help. Oh, are you a part of this, Joe, or you're not? You looked surprised when I called on.
An hour and 15 minutes ago.
This, you know what? I appreciate it. No, I think I'm clear, because I think enough questions on this side of what my colleagues have asked and the planning and zoning has asked. So I think I'm good. I think my notes are covered. So you get a pass on this one, Joe. Thank you again. I yield back. I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Vice Chairman Alvarez, you have the floor.
Okay, this is for the applicant. My ears just picked up because I thought I heard you say that your development owns, or your company owns, Brandywine subdivision in Villa Rica?
The back phase.
The back phase off of
Yes.
Stockmar Road?
Yes, I believe that's the name of the road. It was an older, distressed subdivision, and same as Chicago Park, and so we developed the back phase that couldn't be sold.
Okay. So you said that you guys maintain the properties?
Yes.
Cut grass, everything, paint the outside, the vinyl siding that's damaged, you guys go in and repair that?
Well, we don't have vinyl siding, but yes, we do. Hardy plank, yes, we maintain the exteriors, interiors, repairs and maintenance, landscaping, front and backyards.
How often does your company come out and check that subdivision?
As I mentioned, weekly as far as landscaping, but as far as property supervision, at least once a month.
Do you know when you guys obtained that property?
Buckingham Terrace?
No, sir. Brandywine Lakes off of Stockmar
It
Road.
was right when I started 5 years ago, so they probably acquired it about 6 or 7 years ago, and then it took a couple years to build out.
Okay. Because I'm having a problem, because I live near there, and I've have complaints from some of my constituents about some of those properties. And I've actually had complaints to where I've had to contact our sheriff's office to do extra patrol in that area. So I was just kind of taken back when you said that you guys do a weekly, overview of the properties, checking them out, because when I started getting these complaints, I went through there and I just didn't exactly see that maintained in the manner which you were speaking. But I just wanted to, Go ahead.
Brandywine Lakes is a mix of individually owned homes and our rental homes. The first front phase is, there's probably 80 or 90 homes that are not owned by AMH.
Okay, but you said you own the second phase, correct?
Yes, in the very back, yes. The newer homes, yes.
Okay, okay. Because I will just say that since coming into this office, I've had phone calls in regards to that area. But I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair.
Ma-
Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
Did you say you all own the back phase of Chicago Park as well?
That's correct.
How often do you all monitor that neighborhood?
The same as the others.
When was the last time you visited over there?
I don't work in property management, so I don't know the answer to that.
Because I have a very good friend whose backyard actually abuts the new phase over there, and they have consistent complaints that that area is not well maintained. So you may want to have somebody from your office go look at it.
We'll do that.
I yield back, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenner
Madam
Jones.
Chair.
Okay.
Just one.
Commissioner
And I-
Mitchell, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I was just speaking of Chicago Park, though, and I didn't realize that you guys were the owners of Chicago Park, that back phase. Have you guys completed that back phase?
Yes, it's been completed for a couple of years.
A couple of years. Okay. What's the relation? Oh, how many? You may not know this. I know you probably don't know all of your community. How many units or housing were built in that back phase? Do you roughly how many?
Roughly around 100.
Okay. Yeah, I know the subdivision very well. And your relations or your company relations with the HOA, the HOA that's there, how is that? How does that look, and what is that like to you guys? Because unlike all my other colleagues, I do get a lot of calls about that particular one, and it kind of sparked my interest when I found that you were a part of the Chicago Parks off of Chicago Avenue. So,
Sure. I guess we have representation in the HOA for the amount of homes that we own in there. I can't say specifically.
and you control the HOA side of it because you've got the larger amount of homes in that subdivision.
I believe, I don't know that for a fact. I'll take your word for it that we
You
don't
do.
own the majority of the homes in there.
And you do, though. You do. And I guess I would love to hear, and you may or may not know this, the relations with that current HOA versus your company, and that relationship has not been great, or you tell me, I'm not sure.
I don't know the history of it.
Okay.
I know that the amenity was distressed and whatnot, and we came in there and we feel like we improved the area back there at the end of the day. It was a distressed community. I don't know the relations we have with the HOA.
Well, I'll just tell you this, and this will be my last. I've just recently had a meeting with the residents of Chicago Park, and it wasn't great. And it talked about this particular company that owned the latter part, the back half of that, though. So, but again, thank you again, and I
Sure.
appreciate it. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Any other questions, board? That being said, I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion. Do I have a motion on S 2025-54?
Make a motion to deny application 2025-54.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion to deny S 2025-54, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. That's unanimous. S 2025-54 comes to you with a unanimous recommendation for denial.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we deny application S 2025-54.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Board of Commissioners, any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You have the floor. Commissioner Kenner Jones.
I hear the applicant saying that they have come in and built properties in distressed neighborhoods. I get that. But do not treat Douglas County as though we are a distressed people with nothing else to do and nothing else going for us.
Point of order.
This idea of we will just bring it and you will take it is over in Douglas County. There is a community of people who own their homes, who are proud of their homes, and they get to be proud of their homes. There are 19,000 rental communities, properties in the metro Atlanta area. That is 19,000 opportunities that have been taken from people to make generational wealth. Douglas County has absolutely struck a beautiful balance because there is a place in this community for people who want to rent, who need to rent, who may be transient for work reasons, work opportunities, escaping bad relationships, whatever the case may be. So yes, there is a place for that, but that is not an entire community of space that could have been used or built for us to make starter homes and places for people to be able to go and build generational wealth for their families. In just the 5 core metro counties, there are 350,000 units short of affordable housing, and that balloons if you add all 11 metro counties. That's unacceptable. At this point, when you're charging somebody 45% of their income just because you can is absurd. We're not going to do that to people who want to come to Douglas County, live, invest, and be here, regardless of if they are renters or if they are homeowners. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenneth Jones. Any other remarks?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin Raxton,
All right.
District 3.
All right, thank you. So some of the same sentiments here, and certainly housing and homeownership builds generational wealth. And this is diametrically opposed to that. And the concern that I have was there was a lot of unanswered questions. There was a lot of I don't knows, I'm not sure. And again, when you met with the residents, I didn't hear that we overcame anything, that we addressed the concerns from the community. And this community is a stable, single-family home ownership community, and it deserves to be and supported with that in mind. I also would like to recognize the community that came out tonight and the facts, the data, and the metrics that they provided and presented. Very well organized, job well done, and thank you for standing up for your community. With that, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. Any other remarks, Board? All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor to deny. With that being said, all in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to deny. Okay, thank you. If you could just exit the room quickly so we can move on to the next item. Thank you all so much for coming in.
Okay, we could take our conversations outside. We do have additional business to conduct here. Thank you. All right, let's go with our next agenda item, please.
Yes, sir. So our next agenda item is S 2025-58. This is a special use permit for a personal care home located at 6335 Joanna Street. And I should preface that the moratorium for personal care homes was enacted June 17th, 2025. This application was already within the pipeline at that time. You'll also see an application in August that was also within the pipeline at that time. So this application is proceeding as normal, and that's why it's before you tonight. The lot is 1/2 acre, and this is in Commission District Number 1. 1,592 square foot, heated square foot, single-family detached residence is sited with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. The applicant's proposing personal care home for individuals who are developmentally disabled. This will be monitored by the Georgia Department of Community Health with additional funding from the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. We've taken a look at the relevant code sections. The proposed use will not alter the principal character of the use as a single-family residence. It will operate as accessory only. So the Unified Development Code controls that the applicant should be a full-time resident of the facility, so the property is required to be owner-occupied, and the owner occupancy status might limit the amount of people served under care, given the rules and regulations of the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities as it relates to crowding and room provided for each resident. So the proposed use might involve residents who would have visitors, so limiting the storage of vehicles on the property, given that the site was not outfitted with designated commercial-grade parking, would ensure that the residential character of the exterior is preserved. We've taken a look at the special use criteria. It's zoned residential low density currently. It's at the corner of Forest Drive and Johanna Street, and it's a fairly older neighborhood. It's in the urban residential future land use in the traditional neighborhood character area. Staff's recommending approval with conditions based upon the findings that the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. The granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. The conditions being that the applicant shall submit to the Development Review Committee adequate plans to address the agency impact statements included within the staff report, as well as additional requirements under the relevant governing codes of these departments. All required improvements shall be made prior to the issuance of occupational tax certification, and prior to the issuance of occupational tax certification, the applicant must provide proof of permit issued by the relevant governing departments of the state of Georgia. A maximum of 2 vehicles shall be parked outside of the home at any given time. On-street parking is strictly prohibited. This condition is applicable to residents and visitors. There shall be no more than 2 unrelated individuals allowed to occupy a single bedroom, and the zoning and character of this property shall remain residential, but any required improvements to accommodate the personal care home use shall be required to go through the commercial plan review and meet those standards. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, would like to speak in favor of this application? We have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes. Anyone wishing to speak in favor, please approach the podium. If you would state your name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, member of the board. My name is Chichi Okoli, and I serve as the administrator for Chichi's Healthcare and Medical Supply. And Chichi's Healthcare, we offer a comprehensive healthcare services to individuals who are not capable of functioning independently on their own and require professional skilled nursing and personal care services, 24 hours, 7 days, and 365 a year. We provide, and these services are provided under the watchful medical oversight of RNs and some doctors. Our clients include individuals with developmental or physical disabilities, and with mobility challenges, chronically ill, and handicapped. Chichi's Healthcare is a community-based program designed to provide community-based integration, job training opportunities, and daily adequate independent living to individuals with documented developmental disabilities or barriers to employment. This program will help them to gain competitive employment, volunteerism, meaningful life experiences, in addition to individuals that have opportunity to plan and participate in the community. We provide leisures and recreational activities of their choice. Our concern is to preserve and strengthen individuals while embracing supporting their human rights for all individuals that we serve. We are regulated by Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disability and Georgia Department of Community Health. We provide, one of our main concerns is to make sure that the individuals that we support have life skills. I'm so nervous. We strengthen them with having life skills, and we already have another group home in Powder Springs that we have been in existence.
That's your 2 minutes.
Oh.
But before you go,
Before I go,
did you hear the 5 conditions that were read in should this pass?
yes,
And
and
you
we
in
have that.
agreement with those conditions?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Next person, please. Name and address for the record.
Diane Richardson, 3997 Forest Drive, Lithia Springs. My home faces the side of her home. I have met people at other group homes. I have spoken to my neighbors in the neighborhood. We're a dead-end street on Forest, and I've heard no oppositions to this. And after meeting them and deep conversation about what they plan to do, I've got no complaints.
Okay.
I hope you go for it.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next person, yes, ma'am. Name and address.
Hi, Dumbly Okoli, address 5118 Big A Road, Douglasville, Georgia. So I'm a proud staff member at Chi-Chi's Healthcare, and I'm also a disabled advocate. And this home is not just a place to live, but it's a lifeline for individuals with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities. It offers them a chance to live in a real home, in a real neighborhood, where they feel safe, supported, and a part of a community. For many of the individuals we serve, this is their first opportunity to live outside of the institutional settings or crowded family homes. It gives them independence, structure, and mostly dignity. The home will provide 24/7 professional care tailored to each resident's needs while encouraging life skills, community involvement, and personal growth. And because Chi-Chi's already operates a licensed day program here in Douglas County in Lithia Springs, residents will have access to consistent wraparound support in both their home and day environments. Approving this group home is not just meeting a need, it's about making Douglas County a place where everyone has a chance to belong and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing no one moving, I will close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please approach the podium. You too would have 2 minutes per person for allocated time of 15 minutes. If you would state your name and address for the record.
My name is Christine Vick, and I live at 3942 Forest Drive. I have not had opportunity to speak with Chi-Chi or the other person that came up to recommend this. I have had opportunity to speak to 2 of my neighbors at 3954 and 3963 who've expressed concerns about increased traffic, increased medical need, and increased police activity due to the mental disabilities that have been presented. I understand that there is some medical privacy that would be offered to these clients. However, as a mom of small children who live on the street, I would have concerns for the safety of my family and for others around me. I also would have concerns because as the east side of Forest Drive is a dead-end street, the school buses cannot go down there to turn around in a cul-de-sac. It's a complete dead end. So they drop children off at this particular intersection where this house will be. And while it's lovely to think of the residents being able to be integrated into the community, does that pose a risk to the children who are walking to their homes from the school buses? Also, and it's entirely anecdotal, most of the people I've had opportunity to speak with being next to care homes of this nature have experienced increased police activity, which being part of Lithia Springs, we have the sheriff's office come out. We don't have a local police department, so there would be some concern for me, particularly personally, on how long it would take to get a response if there was a situation that was to arise in this. So I would ask this not be in such a small residential neighborhood where there are families who do have children that do regularly walk the neighborhood and do have no current concerns with the safety of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? If you state your name and address, and then 2 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Jeremiah Paranek, 3040 Beaumont Road, Douglasville, Georgia. I commend you all for the work that you do. It's not easy. You know, I'm here pretty regularly, and I want to be mostly encouraging to you. It's difficult. The previous was sensational, and this is kind of, you know, what you guys do is housing is sacred, land use is our equity. I would just call to your attention that this is not a business plan review. I think, if I understand correctly, your job is to evaluate land use. This is a land use review. But this is a business. Let's make no mistake about it. There's no business that's in business to not make money. Let's just not lose sight of that, okay? As somebody who has lived in a group home, have grown up in a group home, as somebody who has lived with people paroled from prison, I'm familiar with the kind and the nature of residents that might exist in this place, and I'm not discriminatory towards them at all, not at all. But you do have to really ask yourself, Lithia Springs, the land value of this particular location as a business, are they choosing the most dignified housing really, or are they choosing what's affordable? Two, you have to ask yourself really, is this the appropriate land use for the home ownership aspect, for the community? And we already identified that we have a number of rent to lease or rent communities in this neighborhood. Now, what happens whenever those entire communities are turned over to these type of facilities? Traditionally, these facilities are in more densely developed urban type environments for people to be rehabilitated and receive the proper medical and psychological care that they need. These neighborhoods are developed for residents, everyday residents. Again, I don't mean to be discriminatory, but the kind of special need that these people have traditionally in America, those types of facilities and institutions can be dignified, and we know that there's travesties as well. But when Lithia Springs was developed, when this particular neighborhood was developed, think about it. Was this the kind of land use for it? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comment. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion. Do you have any questions of the applicant or staff?
This is Melissa Polk. I actually have a question for the applicant. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So in some of the requirements of these facilities is that they have to be occupied. Are you the occupant of this home? Will you be living there?
Yes, the owner will.
I'm sorry. So can I speak to the person who's going to be occupying the home as part of their requirement? Hi. It's pronounced Chi-Chi, is that right?
That's correct.
Very good. Fantastic name, by the way. So my question to you is that, so you're living in this home?
Yes, we're going to live there because it's still under construction.
Okay, so that's going to be your primary residence there,
yes,
and you are the one who's going to be there providing the care for these individuals.
Not just me. There will be other staff that will come, depending on the individuals that are assigned to our home. So it would not just be me that will be able to take care. I cannot do that. Okay. But we will only have like a maximum of 4 individuals in the home. So we will have staff on schedule to come and go.
So how many bedrooms does this home have?
Right now it has 6. It has 4 bedrooms upstairs for the individuals and 2 downstairs for us, the living area for us.
And how many persons will be living there other than your clients? Like you occupying the home, how many people will be living there?
Me and my husband.
Okay, so 2.
Yes.
Right. And so you're stating that you have 4 bedrooms upstairs for
Yes.
your clients?
That's correct.
So potentially how many clients are you looking to?
4, it has to be maximum of 4.
So you're going to have 1 individual in each bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Any other questions, planning and zoning?
I just need to clarify, it is under our code that the house has to be owner occupied and the owner has to be the caregiver. So I just want to, we can clarify that if there's still additional questions by the applicant, but I want to make it clear that if this is approved, home occupations do not allow for staff to come and work on site. So the intent of the personal care home requirements are that it is an owner occupied home and the owner is the caregiver on the property. So I just wanted to clarify that based on some of the previous questions.
Yes, I'm a CNA as well. I'm a certified nurse assistant, so I provide services. Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make sure you understand, having 4 staff people to care for the residents, that is not going to be allowed under the home occupation of the code. So just wanted to make sure that that's clear about this application. The code says owner occupied and the owner has to be the caregiver on the property. So.
Okay, any other questions?
I do. I have a question, just based on what was just said. I mean, if you have a primary caregiver living there, providing services, you saying you can't have an additional person to come in and like lift them or move them or take them somewhere? I mean, I don't make sure I'm understanding that.
Again, I think it's important to remember that a personal care home is not a nursing home, right? So if you look at our code, a personal care home is there to provide assistance to people who need help with the daily activities of living, right? This is not a skilled nursing facility. So in terms of needing skilled nursing, that is not the intent of a personal care home. This is not a nursing home.
Okay, so you're saying skilled nursing, but someone can come in and help, right? I mean, she has a staff that she told me she has different locations, and she has staff that, goes to different locations for different days, for different needs.
Because again, if you read our home occupation section of the code, this is a home occupation, right? This is an owner-occupied home. They're doing a home occupation. So that means that the owner is the employee of the company, for lack of a better word. Personal care homes are not designed to have outside people coming and being operated like a commercial business.
Okay, so her being the primary, in addition to that, is unlawful, you're saying?
So our code says very clearly it is owner occupied and the owner is the caregiver. Home occupations, whether it's a home office or a home occupation under the code, does not allow for you to hire employees to come and work at your home as a commercial business. There are different levels of personal care homes that can be congregate personal care homes in commercial zoning districts. But as a personal care home in a residential zoning district, it must be owner occupied and that person must be the caregiver.
Just the residents, like
Correct.
her and her husband can only be there. Her and her husband can only be the 2 people that can assist with the.
Yes, sir.
with the
That
people.
is home occupations because again, this is not a skilled nursing
I
facility.
learned something that I didn't realize nobody could help.
So.
Okay, understand.
Right. These are just people that need assistance with daily living activities.
Gotcha.
They do not need medical attention necessarily.
Right. Got it. Question for the applicant. Thank you, though. That's some clarification on that. With that being said, you're talking about 4 people, and you and your husband, I know your husband works outside the house, but how would that play into your plans, your model?
Under the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health, DBHDD, the people that we assist, people with disability, I'm not going to say that I cannot have staff to come and help me to take care of them. And these are not just the people that you only provide daily activities just to bathe them. There are some of them that you need 2 to 1 to move them. So she's saying that we cannot hire another staff to come and help us.
That's the code, and that's what we're the question we're answering now.
But granting that, I with full respect to what the code is here, the services that we provide are the people that we care for. We need help. And under the DCH, we're allowed to do that. And DBHDD, we're allowed to have staff to come and assist us. So
I understand. I understand what you're saying, what the state says, but we also have our county requirements. And sometimes they do butt heads, like in this case. So you have to be aware of that. So that's why we're bringing this up. That's why you're here, because you didn't know, I'm sure. I learned something new today as well. However, that is the rules, and you say you're going to abide by the conditions.
Absolutely.
Then that's going to be a condition you're going to have to abide by. I don't know, maybe a family member not being paid or could do it, but as far as a staff or professional person or someone on a payroll, yeah. Thank you.
I don't want us, on behalf of the county, to get into counseling them about what steps they should take.
Sure.
We don't want them to rely on that and then expose the county to any liability coming from that in terms of what's appropriate legally. I mean,
Sure.
right, we're going to recommend, obviously, that the code is followed. They're here requesting, is it a special use permit?
Mm-hmm.
So it's for you guys to approve or not approve,
Mm-hmm.
but understanding there won't be any unlawful activity allowed. And I would just say, not appropriate to debate that. The law is the law is the law. And as the county representative, county representatives, I know I don't have to express that to you all, but just want that for the record.
I yield the floor.
Any other questions, planning and zoning? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, throw it over to the Board of Commissioners for any questions you folks may have.
Any questions, Board of Commissioners, for the staff or the applicant?
Yes.
Commissioner Waxton, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Now, I guess this is more along the line, because you say you have a personal care home right now in Lithia Springs. Is that
Powder
correct?
Springs.
I'm sorry.
Powder Springs. That's
Okay,
Cobb County. Yes, sir.
Okay, I thought I heard that it was one in
Lithia Springs is where we have the adult day program.
Oh, okay, so it's a
Yes,
different. So
yes.
it's, okay, so an adult day program versus
Yes.
a personal care unit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So as of right now, then, if this was approved and knowing what the code requirements are, you're saying that you and your family would move in and be there 24/7?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Okay. Any questions? Any other questions? Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
Sure. So I just want to be clear to you, though. So earlier, you stated that you got staff and a few others. I'm assuming you didn't know the code or you wasn't clear as to the codes. I think the conditions you are very clear with, but I think there's a difference in the code and the conditions. And I'm not trying to mislead you or coach you along or anything. I just want to make sure that you understand what you're agreeing to.
I understand. I mean, the fact that I said that we cannot bring additional staff, honestly, that's what I'm just finding out now. But I knew that we have to live there, and we're already making plans and renovating that already. So the only other thing is probably don't have as much as maybe one or two clients, maybe, just to be able to accommodate that. But we have to abide by the code.
Okay. Do you think you need a little bit more time just to talk to staff and get a clear understanding of the do's and don'ts and all of this versus trying to make an on-the-spot decision of whatever this is?
Not really. I mean, I guess the code is what, I don't know.
Well, right, and that's what I kind of sort of hear, that you don't know and you wasn't clear, and
The only thing that I wasn't clear was the fact that it just have to be us that will provide the services.
Right.
I know we are supposed to live there, and of
Right.
course we got to move there and everything.
And I get that portion you didn't quite understand, but I just want to give you a chance and opportunity to say to staff what your do's and don'ts are, because it's either going to be an up or a down vote. But the concern is, are we clear about what, not the conditions, but what the code states, what you can and can't do? And I'm not trying to say take more time to figure it out. No. If you want to move forward, move forward. If not, I would say just take some time just to make sure you know what you're getting ready to
Yeah.
engage with.
Okay.
Because if not, you could be more or less, you and your husband, I guess, would be kind of having to live up to the code. And if that doesn't happen, then you could be in trouble with not living up to the code, not the conditions.
Not the conditions, okay. I appreciate that. I think I will need a little bit more time. Thank you for that.
Yeah. That will be a suggestion. Now, that's on you and.
Yeah,
and-
I mean,
Right.
yes.
Right.
I think we'll need a little bit more time just to go over a little bit more stuff and see where we go with from there.
Okay, understood.
I sincerely appreciate what you say. Based on what we know right now, we're
Would you
good.
speak up just a little?
Okay.
And-
Can you hear me now?
and
I'm sorry.
and your name,
My name is Uche Okoli.
And your address.
I really appreciate what you say right now.
Okay.
With regards of what this information right now, we take a little bit more time to evaluate what we need to do and the way to move forward going there. We shall do that. Thank you very much. For
Understood.
this suggestion.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And so it's an anticipation, and of course, this would be a decision by the board because
Yes.
of where we are procedurally. I think your option would be, if you all wanted to, you could motion to defer.
Understood, yes.
And
yes.
that would give the time, but of course, that's based on the will of the board.
And I would agree. And I only made that statement known so that this body, both bodies can kind of hear the sentiments of what the confusion may have been. That's all. So.
No, yes, sir.
Yeah. I yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Any other questions? Vice Chairman Alvarez, you have the floor.
Yeah, this is just for the applicant. Just. Was this you and your husband's home and you're just renovating it for,
No, we purchased the home and we're renovating it.
how long ago since you purchased, how long have you owned this home?
We did December of '24.
December
So
20?
about 6 months ago, yes, sir, and we've been working on it since then.
Okay, all right, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. No other questions, board? I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion, do I have a motion?
This is Brandon Penn. I make a motion to table application S 2025-58 to give the applicant more time to get more reconnaissance on our code here in Douglas County.
Second.
Table it till when?
To the next August 5th meeting. I'll restate it. I'd like to make a motion to table application S 2025-58 to the August 5th meeting to give the applicant some time to get a better understanding of the Douglas County Code.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second, do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All that would like to table S 2025-58 until August the 5th, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you, sir.
2025-58 comes to you with a recommendation to table until a meeting on August the 5th, 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to table item S 2025-58. Table it to August 5th, 2025.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of tabling, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries with no opposition. I return the floor to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. We'll see y'all back here on August the 5th, 6 p.m. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Yes, sir. Our next agenda item is S 2025-59. This is a special use permit for a short-term rental at 3811 Auger Trail. The lot is .24 acres. This is in Commission District Number 3. 1,804 square foot, heated square foot, single-family detached dwelling is sited, built in 2005. The lot is within the Single Tree Farm subdivision. The applicant's proposing to utilize the existing single-family dwelling as a short-term rental as well as live on the property, so it will be owner-occupied. We've taken a look at the relevant code sections. It doesn't have any prior zoning actions. The applicant isn't proposing any site modifications. We've taken a look at the special use criteria. The property is currently residential low density. And here's an aerial and a survey. It's within the suburban living, future land use, and the traditional neighborhood character area. Staff's recommending approval of the special use permit based upon the findings that the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code, and the granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, please approach the podium. 15 minutes allocated, 2 minutes per person. Yes, sir. Name and address.
Abraham Anson, 3811 Auger Trail, Douglasville. I'm the owner of the house. I live there, and I finished the basement to earn extra income by renting. That's all.
Okay, if you would stand by, we'll have some more questions.
Okay.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? If you just have a seat, sir. Seeing no one moving, I will close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. You also would have 2 minutes per person, with allocated time of 15 minutes. Yes, sir.
Jeremiah Pernack, 3040 Beaumont Road, Douglasville, Georgia. And I don't explicitly oppose it necessarily, maybe conditionally. I'd ask you, are there additional business taxes associated with short-term rentals? It's a zoning meeting because there are zones designated for intended uses. And, I don't mean to be harsh. I just want to be mindful that this isn't a business plan review meeting. It's a zoning meeting because, in our society, we determine that this zone is for this use. And so every time I see a variance, I just would caution an ease of accepting variance. We establish the zone for a purpose, and I think it's helpful that we respect that. If the hotel industry, and I've tried to rent homes, but I respected the laws, and so I didn't. I respected the rules, and I didn't have enough pocket to meet the regulations. So I lost out on that opportunity. But the hotel industry pays additional taxes. Again, the purpose here. People are establishing their home, building that multi-generational wealth. Zoning protects that land use value. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion and the comments. Do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
This is Brandon Pam. I got a quick question for Allison. In regards to the comment from the gentleman speaking in opposition, do Airbnbs pay a form of hotel motel tax to our community?
They do, yes, sir.
So they
all
do?
short-term rentals do pay hotel motel tax, yes, sir.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I got that for the record. All right, cool. That'll do it. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
I have from the applicant, I'd like the quick question, sir. So you say you finished up your basement and you're using renting that out?
Yes, I'm doing Airbnb.
Okay. Have you spoken to your neighbors about it? Are they aware?
Oh, they know that because nothing bad happens. No traffic. I'm in a cul-de-sac. My driveway is very long. It can take at least 3 cars. and I have one guest at a time. So there's no disruption of any kind to my neighbors.
Have you done this before? Are you currently renting it now, and they busted you, or are you or are you something you're doing new?
The main reason I finished the basement was that I needed extra income. I'm retired.
I understand.
Okay, and I was having my own tenants, but I was having problems. They live there and they don't want to pay, so I decided to find a way where the payment will be okay. Also, when they don't make the payments and I ask them to leave, they don't want to leave. You have to take me to court and all that.
Okay. So you're doing short term through like Airbnb type scenarios? Okay.
That's it.
I understand. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
I have a question for the applicant. I have a question for the applicant.
Don't go.
No. So you said, how many are you projected to stay in the basement area at a time?
How many you have? Say that again.
How many people do you expect to stay in the basement at a time? I know you said you renovate your basement. Basements can be
maximum
very big.
2, because there are 2 bedrooms. Maximum two guests.
Two bedrooms. There's a bathroom there as well.
There's a bathroom. There's a kitchen, and the living room. It's the same. It's a very big area. It's a complete house by itself, almost like upstairs. I lived upstairs.
Oh, okay. Kitchen. Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and yield the mic.
Okay. My one question, you say there's a kitchen, a full kitchen?
Yeah, they have, what do you call it? Something that they can use to prepare their own meal. And there's a shower there, the bathroom there, that they can shower.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to Board of Commissioners.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, are there any questions for the staff of the applicant? Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. So this is to the applicant. How you doing, sir? So just question, is there a separate entrance that you have in the facility to the basement?
Oh, yes. They enter through the garage, and there's an entrance when they get into the garage.
Okay, so the entrance from the garage,
Yes.
okay. And you mentioned 2 guests. How many maximum cars?
Maximum cars, 2 or 3, but my guests normally will have 1 car. We don't have more than 2 cars.
Okay. I guess my question or concern was, because it's in a cul-de-sac, will there need to be any off-site or off-street parking for those guests?
Strictly no street parking.
Okay, strictly no street parking, okay. And then I know that you mentioned that you would be listing it probably through an agency like an Airbnb or one of the other agencies. Just be aware that they're tightening down on any type of guests that are planning to have a party. And I just don't want that to be an issue where if a party occurred and they tried to book a party, that not only impacts them, but also yourself.
Okay, yes. No smoking, no parties, nothing.
Okay, well, I just want to throw that out as a cautionary tale there. All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. Mr. Ans, what does Ans say? Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
Does your neighborhood have a homeowners association?
Yes.
And is there any preclusion in your homeowners association covenants that would preclude you from this type of use?
Actually, they know about that.
Okay.
The homeowners associations, they know about that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Kenner Jones, any other questions, board? All right, I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam
Simmons.
Chairman.
Thank you.
You may have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
On Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the comments and discussions. Do I have a motion on S 2025-59?
It's Rob Thomas. I'd like to make a motion to approve S 2025-59, a request for special use permit to allow for short-term rental located at 3811 Argyle Trail in Douglasville.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving S 2025-59, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, S 2025-59 comes to the board with a recommendation for approval.
All right, thank you so much. For the Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve S 2025-59.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries with no opposition. All right, I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Our next agenda item, please.
Next agenda item, S 2025-60. Applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow a short-term rental located at 1720 Liberty Trail. The lot size is approximately 1/4 acre in Commission District 2. There is an approximate 1,182 square foot single-family detached dwelling sited here. The residence was built in 1987. The lot is within the Trail Creek subdivision. The applicant is proposing to utilize the existing single-family dwelling as a short-term rental. The property is not owner-occupied. Here are the relevant code sections. There are no prior zoning actions. The applicant proposes no site modifications for the proposed use. Here are the special use criteria analysis. It is in a PUD. Here's the zoning map. Here is a site aerial. Here's a site survey. It is in the urban residential future land use map and the traditional neighborhood character area. And we are recommending approval with the following findings. The use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. The granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lynn. I'll now open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, please approach the podium and state your name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Estella Marshall, and I'm the applicant. My address is 3848 Sherwood Drive, Douglasville, Georgia. I'm currently coming to request permission to use this as a short-term rental. I'm using it for that purpose now, and I was not aware, but I was busted using it. I knew, but I will have, as I said, we do pay taxes, and I've been paying those for a while, and I've been doing this quite often. I have a good relationship with the people in the neighborhood. In fact, my neighbors on each side look out for me, tell me things that are going on. I've had no issues in the neighborhood. I've had no one to oppose it, and I have a few friends who actually live in that neighborhood also.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
If you just stand by, I'm sure we'll have some questions in just a moment.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? If you would take a seat, and we'll call you back. If you state your name and address for the record, sir, and in 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Stanley Allman. I live at 3848 Sherwood Drive. I kind of help out with the maintenance and whatever on her place, and I got a lot of friends that live in the neighborhood. We hadn't had any complaints, and she ain't gonna take no parties, so that's a wrap, you know. But as far as helping out the neighborhood, you have to, when you have Airbnb, you have to keep it extra clean, so it kind of helps out the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? In favor?
In favor, yes, sir.
Okay.
Jeremiah Fairnack, 3040 Beaumont Road, Douglasville, Georgia. My time, like yours, is very valuable, and we love our county, don't we? And I'm not coming for your job. I'm no politician. Don't want it. I don't envy your work. It's like I've said, and I'll say it over and over. It's sacred work. You're dealing with housing. You're dealing with zoning. And they're paying taxes, and you know, they owning up to getting busted. And I'm glad to know the county's paying close attention, and most of all respecting our community and taking care of it. So these repentant folks looking to make money on quality housing where they've engaged their community and there's no big opposition. Well, yeah, I think they ought to be able to. I think they'll be able to turn a coin on that house. You know, they're not hurting the neighborhood. They're not hurting the community, and they're showing Douglasville as a place where they can thrive. Okay, so that's my endorsement for this one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
It's late.
Seeing no one moving, close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition.
First of all,
Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion and the comments. Do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
I've got a question for Mrs. Stella real quick. Okay, so Mrs. Stella, this is your property, correct?
Yes.
So you own the property?
No, I don't.
Okay, so give me some details on what that is.
One of my husband's best friends own the property. And he allowed me to manage the property as a vacation rental.
Oh, okay, so you know the owner of the property?
Yes,
Okay, and they just allowing you to make some extra money?
yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's very kind. Okay, that was my biggest question. I just wanted to ensure that you weren't a renter of the property that's now trying to rent out a property, but someone does own it. And you
Well, he had to give permission.
Right. Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Any other
So,
questions?
I have a question. I have a question to the applicant.
Don't leave.
I'm right here. Right here.
Okay.
There you go. So you're considered a superhost, basically.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so he has granted. How many rooms are in the house? And
It's 5 bedrooms, 3 baths.
5 bedrooms.
3 full baths.
3 full baths, 5 bedrooms. Okay, that's the only question I had.
Okay. Any other questions, planning and zoning? Hearing none, Madam Chair, I'll throw it to the Board of Commissioners for your comments and questions.
Thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant or staff? Okay, no questions. What's the square footage on the home?
I think it said, I think
1182.
it's more like 1,800, a little over 1,800 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Because the bottom part has been closed in.
Okay. Because I heard all the number of bathrooms and bedrooms, I said, wow. Okay. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If you just take a seat.
Okay, thank you.
Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the comments and the discussion. Do I have a motion on S 2025-60?
Mr. Brandon Pam, I make a motion to approve application S 2025-60.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving S 2025-60, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. S 2025-60 comes to you with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve agenda item S 2025-60 for a short-term rental location.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising the right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote with no opposition, and the motion passes, and it carries. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much,
Chairman
Madam
Simmons.
Chairman. Best of luck to you going forward. Our next agenda item, please, Mr. Cronin.
Yes, sir. Our next agenda item is Z 2025-61. This is a rezoning from residential medium density with conditions to residential agricultural for a 2-home lot parcel off of Maroney Mill Road. This is about 25 acres in Commission District Number 1. Property is currently heavily wooded, vacant, and covered up in floodplain, which you'll see in just a second, with the presence of state waters as well. They want to rezone the subject site from residential medium density with conditions to residential agricultural to split the property into 2 tracts one being 11.66 acres and one being 13.90 acres for 2 separate home sites. We've taken a look at the relevant code sections. Prior zoning actions was in 2005. There was a request to rezone from residential agricultural to residential medium density with a set of conditions imposed that basically tied the property to a site plan. So the applicant is wanting to shed those conditions because the rezoning from 2005 was never vested. This is possibly due to the presence of state waters and floodplain on the property. No building shall be permitted within the floodplain, and then a 50-foot natural buffer and 75-foot regulated activities buffer applies from the bank of all protected state waters. The proposal for the use is a 2-lot split for 2 future home sites represents a lesser intensive use than the residential medium density designation. The driveway locations have not been finalized. If the applicant is wishing to derive access from Maroney Mill Road, creek crossings will need to be permitted through the Douglasville-Douglas County Water and Sewer Authority. If the applicant is wishing to derive access from Essex Drive, the applicant will have to coordinate with the city of Douglasville because that road is within the city of Douglasville. The suburban living future land use designation anticipates the preservation of single-family detached residential development and the concentration of more dense development where feasible and where most compatible with commensurate infrastructure and existing land use patterns. The conditions imposed on the lot in hand from the 2005 rezoning, in hand with existing conditions on the lot, limit the feasibility of development on this site. We've taken a look at the rezoning criteria. From the zoning map, it's residential medium density with conditions. From the aerial, you can see the floodplain and the state waters present on the property. The applicant's proposing a 2-lot split from the survey. It's within the suburban living future land use and the traditional neighborhood character area. Staff's recommending approval of the rezoning based upon the findings that the proposed rezoning will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. The granting of the rezoning will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And the vesting period for the previous zoning designation, being 2 years for vesting, has expired, and the applicant is proposing development under the initial designation prior to the 2005 rezoning. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes.
My name is Daniel Evich. My address is 3931 Spivey Drive, Douglasville, Georgia. I'm looking to rezone from medium density to residential agriculture, put 2 houses on it, split it in half, about 13 acres, 1 lot, 12 acres other lot. Driveways will be 500 feet from Maroney Mill. Keep the buffers as planning and zoning will allow me to put the houses. The houses will be 3,000 square foot homes, brick. They will be identical with stone frontages. That's pretty much what we were allowed to do. So coming here, just asking for permission.
Okay, thank you very much. If you just stand by. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant or staff?
This is Rob Thomas. I have a question from staff. Could you put up the survey again?
Yes, sir. So it is.
I'm just trying to understand the 2 parcels. So do you have a survey of the current 2 parcels? Or you just have it as
We
one?
have the aerial, if that helps. As it's currently configured, it looks like the creek is the property line to the north.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's the natural boundary. Okay, I see what you're saying. So this is this aerial view. Have they already got the survey that combining the 2 lots?
The applicant has prepared this 2-lot split here.
There's a split.
But it's currently 1 lot as currently
that's the
configured.
split right there. Okay, that's the
Yes,
one.
sir.
And it's split right there at the water. Okay, at the creek line.
Well,
Somewhat.
Not really. The creek line is more to the east The lot split might be a little arbitrary on the west side, but it preserves the frontage requirements for each lot off of Maroney Mill Road.
Okay. So I know you got, look like got a lot of water going on there. Was that some of the conditions for setbacks and all that, or would that something be done later on? And
They would have to abide by the setbacks, the 75-foot impervious setback, most
yeah,
specifically.
from the water line.
There's a-
Are they aware of that, about the setbacks? I know you got plenty of land to work with, but still, I didn't see it in the,
Yes, it wouldn't be a condition. We would just work that out through the building permit process.
okay, okay. But they are aware of it? Have you kind of discussed that?
I believe the
See if it's even
applicant
doable, right?
is aware.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I brought it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I'm looking at all this water and just trying to see where the split is. Okay. So this is typical. We've done this. This is nothing major, right? We've done these separations, and main thing is because of the zoning issue, right? Because of
Yes, sir.
incompatible zoning. We need to get it all under one roof,
Well,
under one zoning.
Not for the split.
Downgrade in this, down zoning in this case.
The conditions limit the type of development, so the conditions from 2005 basically tied it to a site plan where it regulated, specifically condition number 8 ties it to the site plan. Lots 31 through 40 have being a minimum of 15,000 square foot. The intent was to tie it to the particular site plan presented in 2005. So the applicant is wanting to shed those conditions so he wouldn't have to comply, because he's just wanting a 2-lot split out of this property.
Mm-hmm. And the minimum size of the house is 1,800 for
Yes,
these
sir.
as well? Okay. So we haven't seen the site plan for the home. We haven't seen any kind of rendering for the homes yet?
No, sir. We
Okay,
haven't
this
seen
is
those.
strictly cut it up and rezone it,
Yes, sir.
down zone it.
At this
Okay.
stage. And then through the building permit process, we usually ask a slate of questions, specifically, what's the square footage, what are the siding materials, all those
Right,
things.
so we get to that later. Right
Yes,
now,
sir.
we're just separating it, down zoning it.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
The-
great. I just want to make sure I was clear exactly what the ask was here. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, planning and zoning? I have a comment. The applicant, I'm looking here, the sewer line runs right down the middle of this property?
Yes, the sewer line goes from the neighborhood, from the,
From the
right
road?
behind it and on to the left of it.
Yeah,
That was
just kinda
developed in
follows
2020.
the, follows the water, the floodplain.
Yeah, there's manholes right in the floodplain. There's like
Yeah, so
5
it's not-
manholes.
It's not going to interfere with your plans?
No, we'll actually tie into it. It won't be a septic.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Madam Chairman, no questions from over here. I'll throw it to the board for questions you folks may have.
Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant or staff?
I do have one, Madam Chair, so.
Commissioner Mitchell? Yeah.
How many, I know he's separating the lots and doing this here, but how many houses are you trying to build? I thought I heard that earlier and I missed.
Just 2 houses. One,
Two, okay.
yeah, one house will have 13 acres. The other house will have 11 plus minus.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess staff, you might can help with this, but isn't this considered down zoning? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Allison, but I should have called. Just my apologies.
No worries. So it's introducing a zoning designation that's of lesser intensity than what it is now.
Right.
So we would traditionally consider this. Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay. So, and before, it was already separated, before you combined it years ago in 2005 or something, whatever.
So the site plan was never vested, so the zoning itself was never vested because the site plan was never acted upon.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
And that's why, I guess, maybe he probably should answer this, the applicant, as to why he came, now he's back to try to put it back the way it was, so he can kind of build it on the 2 separate 12-acre tracts or whatever that is.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so the floodplain and the state waters limit the feasibility of a subdivision development on this property.
Mhm.
So a 2-lot split reduces both the intensity and then the scale of development too.
Got it. And last but not least, this for the applicant, though. You've done a good job. And so you feel confident with all the wetlands and what you got there, that you're able to pull that off?
Yeah, we currently own the property. We bought it 3 years ago, so we've been doing our due diligence for 2 years.
Right.
And building on the side, and then just having this one, talking with Austin at Planning and Zoning, coming visiting him often.
Right.
We just came up with this idea. It would be best to rezone it, split it in two, and just put two houses instead of putting it a neighborhood and pushing all the flood, which I don't.
Right.
It wouldn't approve anyways.
Okay, all right. It looks interesting, though. Okay, Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, of the board? Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. So I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Planning and zoning, you have heard the discussion. Do I have a motion on Z 2025-51?
This is Rob Thomas. I want to make a motion to approve Z 2025-51, a request for rezoning from residential medium density to residential agricultural to place two homes, residence lot.
Second.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'm sorry. Oh, 61? Oh, typo, okay. Let me restate. I'd like to make a motion to approve Z 2025-61, request for rezoning from residential minimum density to residential agricultural, located at 5137 Marnie Mill Road, with all the conditions read in by staff.
Second.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of approving Z 2025-51 is read into the record. Please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, Z 2025-51 comes to you with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item Z 2025-61 with all the said conditions and findings by staff in a form of a motion for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries with no opposition. And I will return the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Simmons.
Best of luck to you going forward. That's approved. Next agenda item, Mr. Cronin again.
Yes, sir. So our next agenda item is S 2025-62. This is a special use permit for a convenience store without fuel pumps at 14750 Veterans Memorial Highway. The lot is 0.19 acres. This is in Commission District Number 4. So the property has a 1,836 square foot structure built in 1965, sited on the property. The lot is 0.19 acres, is on the corner of Veterans and Tyson Road. The previous use on the property was for a general merchandise store that began in 2022 and discontinued at the end of 2023. The applicant's proposing the use of the existing structure as a convenience store with no modifications to the site proposed outside of the transportation improvements required by the Douglas County Department of Transportation and any other improvements required as a result of the Development Review Committee process. We've taken a look at the relevant code sections. In 1990, there was a request for rezoning from R1 to C1 for a garden/plant store. The proposed use does not involve the siting of gas pumps. The proposed use is similar to a small-scale retail operation because of this. The applicant appeared before the Development Review Committee June 18th to discuss required improvements to the site before proceeding for the zoning action. The Douglas County Department of Transportation let the applicant know of the required curb gutter sidewalk improvements. The Environmental Health Department let the applicant know of the limited uses per the existing size of the septic tank and limited replacement fuel available on the property. The site is constrained by its limited size, limited availability of additional soils for a resizing or an upsizing of the septic tank, and limited area outside of the rights-of-way of Norfolk Southern Railroad, Veterans Memorial Highway, and Tyson Road. Both redevelopment and development potential on the site is therefore constrained. We've taken a look at the special use criteria. From the zoning map, it's general commercial, and here's how it's been developed. And here's a site plan proposed. It's in the mixed-use corridor, future land use, and the rural reserve character area. Staff's recommending approval with the condition of the special use permit based on the findings that the proposed use would not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. The proposed use will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare and the proposed use is situated on the lot that is constrained in its permitted uses, given the practical realities of the existing conditions on the lot. Existing deficiencies of site design will be addressed through the Development Review Committee process. The condition is that the applicant must submit to the Development Review Committee within 6 months of the date of approval, being January 8, 2026, a revised site plan for review and consideration of the relevant developmental standards of the Unified Development Code and any additional concerns as expressed in the departmental agency impact statements provided within the staff report or requirements as determined by the Development Review Committee. The applicant must receive a land disturbance permit within 12 months of the date of approval, July 8, 2026. At the 1-year mark from the approval, staff will conduct a routine site visit and coordinate with the Development Review Committee about any status of land disturbance permit approval. And if an LDP has not been approved, staff may return the application for a show cause hearing to rescind the special use permit. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes per person with a 15-minute time limit. If you'd state your name and address for the record, sir.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. My name is Dambar Rajadhikari. I live in Carrollton, 204 Old Birmingham Road, Carrollton, and 14750 Bertrand Memorial Highway on the corner of that lot. We would like to open a convenience store. That's why we are applying for it. And as a staff's comment there, with the condition, there is something need to improve. So within a 6 month or as a recommendation there, we need to do improvement. So we are ready to do that, and we don't want to spend any money before if we're not gonna able to approve that property to open the convenience store. So that's why we are waiting for it. As long from this floor we get approved, then we're gonna maintain that as required. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Just stand by. I'm sure we'll have some questions. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application?
Jeremiah Paranek, 3040 Beaumont Road, Douglasville, Georgia. I think this is an excellent business on a very important road. My comments are more so directed towards the Board of Commissioners as well as zoning, but trip generation, that's a technical term, trip generation. We have impact fees coming down the pike, and that's a great thing, and I'm not recommending, I don't think this is a big trip generator. But as a civil engineer and transportation, I want you to think about these terms: trip generator. And businesses on roads generate trips. Houses on roads generate not nearly as many trips. So when we talk about road size, road capacity, road development, trip generation, throughput, volume, those kinds of things, this is US 78. This was here before I-20 was here. This road is underdeveloped. If you drive this road through Cobb County, it's very wide, it's very broad. If you drive it into Fulton County, it's wide until you pass the truck scales, and then it goes back to a 2-lane road in the Bankhead community. US 78 has been poorly, the state of Georgia, or whoever it is responsible for US 78's development as a corridor, it has been poorly developed and maintained down through the years. I think this business is testament to the fact that US 78 deserves adequate resource to be further developed and maintained for throughput, for the trip generation and the throughput of the community, east-west through Douglas County. That's all I've got for you. Again, thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. Again, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
This is Rob Thomas. I have a question for the applicant. So
Yes,
I know it's an existing structure there.
Uh-huh.
It's been different things, and you turn it, now you're going to be utilizing it as a convenience store, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No pumps, no gasoline?
No gasoline.
Just, what
Just-
about alcohol and tobacco?
Alcohol, tobacco would
Okay.
be there.
Well-
If we're gonna apply for alcohol and tobacco. If they approve, then we definitely gonna
Okay.
keep that
You're
one.
gonna apply for that?
As a convenience.
Just curious. Seems like a small lot, a lot of improvements on these conditions, a lot of improvements need to be made to the road. I think even your septic tank may need some improvements, et cetera. I don't know if you acknowledge these conditions and that you're going to move forward with them. I remember you acknowledged them when you came to the podium. All these conditions, and you'd be able
Yeah,
to.
building was fine, it's usable.
Okay.
And only outside, because it was not maintained good, that's why it looks ugly and it's not well maintained. So that's why, as long we get approved to open up the convenience store, definitely, because the customer follow, we need to have maintain everything outside and inside as well. So as a recommendation from the county, also we're gonna do whatever the gutter and everything, and curb and gutters, we will maintain that too, and definitely we're gonna take care of that property as a usable and nicer.
Okay. What hours are you gonna be operating?
Sorry, we're gonna do a 6 to 10.
16 hours?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. I just wanted.
Because as there is a community behind, so normally we're gonna open at 6 o'clock before they go for work. They can stop by and have a coffee or those things, cookies and coffees, and before they get home, they can stop by. Then they can grab something. That's why the motto, we just want targeting on that community back there on the residents.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
I have a question. Based on that corridor there, you're gonna have lighting and security for that area?
I didn't understand, sorry.
Lighting and security, security cameras, lighting?
Yeah, we definitely gonna keep that at the location.
Okay.
Yes.
No other questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
Yes, this is Melissa Polk. I'd like to speak to the DOT, please, in regard to trafficking there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. My question to you is that I'm very familiar with this property, and without any changes to the parking, like there's maybe 1 or 2 spots there for you to pull up to, and no really area around that. And so with the traffic leaving there, because you have to go over like the railroad tracks there, and then also 78, what is you all's expectation about traffic there, or do you find any concerns with there being a convenience store there and people stopping, going, no light really there or anything like that? What are your take on that?
I think this structure is like 1,700 square feet. It's relatively small in the development world. It may generate a couple of hundred total visitors a day. What we are going to require is some definition to create a definite pattern going in and out driveways. Right now, it's just kind of a free-for-all, and that's part of the comments that were included about curb and gutter. So we're going to define that up and safeten it up as much as we can.
Very good, thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else for Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw a Board of Commissioners for questions you folks may have.
Thank you so much. For commissioners who have any questions, Vice Chairman.
Yeah, this is for the applicants.
Yes, sir.
As you stated, as Ms. Polk stated, you got a very, very small parking lot there. How many cars, I know a lot of businesses have come in and out of there over the years. I'm just, I wish you all the best, but I just think that it's going to be kind of constrained because you have I can't see more than 6 cars being able to park there at one time. I could be wrong. Maybe DOT has made a plan, but that's all that I'm just curious how to.
Beside the building, there is a little space. So if we need it, we can extend that one to the parking lot on the side of the building. There is a empty space, vacancy space.
On which side? If you're facing to the right, you've got a flat spot, but on the left-hand side, if to park in that spot to back out, you're gonna be backing out into the road. So I'm just curious, trying to figure out your plans for the parking lot. And what I don't wanna see is overflow parking going across the street and walking over.
Sorry, the building is here, so maybe we're trying to extend parking lot on the side of here.
Okay,
On the
so
ba-
to the right-hand
yeah,
side,
yes, right-hand side.
Is that where the septic is?
No, septic tank is on here, under on the side of right side.
Okay.
On the right side.
Okay. All right. Just one question for staff real quick, please.
Yes, sir.
So do you guys have any opposition of them creating additional parking to the right-hand side?
So when they came before us with the Development Review Committee, the Environmental Health Department did express that expansion of any kind of parking or the building to the right side of the property would eat into the usable soils on the property. The septic tank is more than likely in the right-of-way of the Norfolk Southern Railroad. So if that were to fail, they would need replacement area, and Environmental Health has identified that vacant spot as the replacement area. So they wouldn't be permitted to expand in that area.
So they would be permitted to expand?
No,
They
sir.
would not?
Would not, yes, sir.
Okay, so then back to the applicant. If environmental will not allow you to expand to the right-hand side, I'm just trying to get your vision on how you're gonna maintain your parking coming in and out.
Yeah, I didn't think anything at this point because I thought we could extend parking lot on the vacant space, but we need a couple of more parking space because we have already 6-7 parking spot there. And the same time, I'm thinking it's not going to be that much busy. That's why we might not need it. But if we need it, then maybe we can get at least 1 or 2 on the right side, including the septic tank.
Including septic.
Yes.
But you just heard planning and zoning saying that environmental will not allow you to create anything to the right. I'm trying to think this out in your best interest.
I'm in the middle of nowhere what to say.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So again, this is not the first time we've seen this property come through, particularly in DRC. I don't think it's been before the board previously. We have had a similar conversation with previous applicants, right? There's a lot of challenges with this property, the way it's situated adjacent to the state highway, the way it's situated adjacent to the railroad right-of-way. When this applicant came to DRC, we did have a conversation about all of these concerns, and I think you had heard him say previously they didn't want to put any additional money into the site development until they knew the use was going to get approved. Now that puts us in a bit of a dilemma, right, from the planning and zoning department's perspective, because we've seen so many applicants come through in a similar situation. So I just wanted to share that to let you know we're very aware of the concerns. There would be the possibility if you want to table it and have them come back to DRC to refine a little bit more, and we can maybe give you some more concrete feedback. But again, when something is presented to DRC, we provide them the best information we can based on what they give us, right? So the more information they give us, the more feedback we can give about exactly what is required. If this is a use where you think could be possible in this location, my recommendation might be to table this until the August 5th meeting, let it come back to DRC, let the applicant determine what degree of investment they're willing to make before they know they have the zoning entitlement. It's just a suggestion because some of these are getting into some technically very specific questions about parking and, road access and septic tank and things like that. And if y'all need more information, I think that's certainly something we could provide you a greater level of detail if you feel like that's something that makes a determination in your overall decision. So I hope that clarifies a little bit some of the technical details. So,
Okay. All right, back to the applicant. Would you be okay to tabling this to our next meeting so that would give you the time to find out exactly what you can and cannot do to this property to be able to adequately fit what you're trying to achieve with your convenience store. It's just gonna give you more time to get with our planning and zoning and understand what you can and cannot do with that building.
Mhm.
But it will just delay you 1 month.
Because it's been already 6 months as we took that property and waiting for to get approval and go for maintain that property and then we start up. That's what we are thinking.
Okay.
So, and then we can spend money there as Madam says, but we're not sure you're spending money there. And bank also says, because we bought it with the bank.
Mm-hmm.
So they already invest the money there, and for the without approval, they stop us to get the money to invest there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, as long we get approved, then we go for a work further on a speedy way.
Okay.
So
But I
that's
mean,
what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking now.
Sure, but I mean, it's gonna have to go before DRC anyway, so
Uh-huh.
that'll tell you what you can and can't do.
Okay.
But,
All
okay.
right, thank you.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions, board? Okay, I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion. Do I have a motion?
This is Melissa Polk. I make a motion, since we're not tabling this, I make a motion to deny the S2025-62 that is on the agenda.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
It's Rob Thomas, I second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to deny S 2025-62, please raise your right hand. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, S 2025-62 comes to the board with a unanimous recommendation for denial.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I make a motion to deny S 2025-62.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. All opposed? Did you raise your? Okay, 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to deny. I didn't see
Thank you
that.
very much, Madam Chairman. Next agenda item, please. Mr.
Madam
Cronin
Chair.
again.
One moment,
Just
please.
have one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just have to take, I've got to recuse myself. This is my home church, so I need to recuse myself from this last.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Cronin, next item, please.
All right.
Okay, so Commissioner Alcaraz has left the room, so I'll begin with the next agenda item. This is a rezoning request, Z 2025-63. This is a request for a rezoning from plan unit development with conditions to residential agricultural to combine with the adjacent property of the main church campus on Ephesus Church Road. This is 10.2 acres in Commission District Number 4. The site is partially developed with an ancillary parking lot and accessory structures used by the main church campus at 8445 Ephesus Church Road. The applicant's proposing to rezone the subject site from plan unit development with conditions to residential agricultural in order to have compatible zoning to combine the properties together. We've taken a look at the relevant code sections. In 2001, there was a request for a subdivision. This property is a remnant of that subdivision but was never developed upon, so that's why it retains that zoning of the subdivision to the south. The current zoning designation was from the Nolanwood Lake neighborhood. The expansion of the Ephesus Baptist Church campus onto this property through the partial development of the parking lot and the exciting accessory structures necessitates either removal of those structures or a rezoning to a compatible designation to combine. Combination of the site with the main church campus would allow expansion of the church onto the adjacent site, the subject site here. We've taken a look at the rezoning criteria. The property is planned unit development with conditions, and here's how it's been currently developed with part of that parking lot and some accessory structures. The lot's about 10.294 acres. It's in the Rural Places Future Land Use and the Dog River Basin Character Area. Staff's recommending approval of the rezoning request based on the findings that the proposed rezoning will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code, and the granting of the rezoning will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor, please approach the podium. Mr. Fowler.
Yes, sir. Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 49. Allow me to introduce Michael Eisenach. He is the associate pastor. The church owns the 10 acres that you've just seen described. That was actually originally part of the Nolanwood subdivision, part of that PUD, never developed. Gerald Van Zandt ultimately, who owned it at that time, donated to the church where he's a member because it was never developed after Gerald acquired it. They developed the parking lot over there, but there's a requirement under Article 3, Section 324, don't you love these detailed rules, that you can't be any closer than 75 feet from a property line with that type of infrastructure. So, since they owe the 10 acres, it solves the problem, but it's incorrectly zoned. So you might say this is a bit of a housekeeping matter. It's just to line them up correctly, and then they have plans potentially for some future development as the church grows over time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm under my 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Again, seeing no. You may speak in opposition, but we're not in a question and answer situation. Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant, Mr. Fowler, or staff? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners for any questions you folks may have.
Thank you so much, Board of Commissioners. Do you have any questions for the applicant or staff? Okay. Are you Chairman Simmons?
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Planning and Zoning Board, may I have a motion on Z 2025-63?
Before we get a motion, I want to make a quick comment to you, ma'am.
We're not in a question and answer situation.
I'm not going to answer any questions. I just want to make a statement for the record. When you have those type of situations, even though it's a question, you can just ask the question. We can't give you an answer necessarily, but asking the question can sometimes jog us to think in a pattern. So, thanks. That's it.
Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion?
This is Melissa Polk. I make a motion for approval of agenda item Z 2025-63.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving Z 2025-63 as read into the record, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, Z 2025-63 comes to the board with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
All right, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Z 2025-63.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 4-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries with no opposition. And I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
All right, Mr. Chairman, we have text amendments and map amendments potentially on the agenda. I am always delighted to work through text amendments and map amendments with you. However, in deference of the time, I would like to give the option if the staff needs to withdraw those at this time and put them on the August agenda where we'll only have 4 cases.
Yes.
So that that's the case, then we are withdrawing the text amendments and the map amendments, and we will have them on the August agenda for you.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, meeting adjourned. Planning and Zoning Board.
Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to adjourn? Second, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 3-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. And this meeting is adjourned.
Let's get this on the move.